All consciousness, at least human consciousness, is identical because it doesn't include personality, memory, intellectual ability, etc. Consciousness consists only of the pure awareness behind those things. For this reason, we are all reincarnations of each other, irrespective of linear time. Okay, well, that's definitely a spicy take. I don't know if I agree with the reincarnation bit, but there is something really important to be said about the nature of what consciousness is. I just had Arnica Harris on my podcast and we talked about the nature of consciousness, and she's of the view that consciousness might be fundamental. That is to say that the stuff that makes up the universe most fundamentally is consciousness. One expression of this view is known as panpsychism, and in fact we've got another submission here. Panpsychism is by far the most plausible and comprehensive explanation of consciousness, which I'm also going to give spicy, and we'll just do the two in one here. So the panpsychist looks at the fact that we appear to have material things like this microphone, which don't have any kind of awareness, and minds, like the mind I'm using right now to think, that do have conscious awareness. And there's this mystery of why there's consciousness here, but not here. Historically, philosophers have come up with all kinds of solutions to this problem. Maybe it's just that there is this immaterial mind that exists, and I have a physical body, and they're just completely different substances, but for some reason they're kind of like connected and work together, despite not actually being made of the same stuff. That's a view known as
this brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room.
Dualism, as in there's two substances. Some are reductionists about consciousness. That is, consciousness is just material goings-on in the brain, in the same way that the information on a computer is just the same thing as zeros and ones on a computer chip somewhere. Some materialists think the brain works in the same way, that there are just atoms bumping around in the brain, and somehow that is just the same thing as conscious experience. Other philosophers think that consciousness somehow emerges from that more fundamental material. So it's still just atoms bumping around in the brain, but for some reason they produce this new emergent quality called consciousness. And you might think of that a little bit like the sponginess of a cake. None of the things that make up the cake, like the atoms themselves or the materials that you use to bake a cake, are themselves spongy. But somehow, if you put all of those ingredients together in the right kind of way, this new property of sponginess emerges. The panpsychist is somebody who looks at this problem and says, well, where does consciousness emerge? You know, atoms themselves are not conscious, and if I put a bunch of atoms together, they're not going to be conscious. Like this microphone is a bunch of atoms together and it's not conscious. So how is it that at some point, if I put them together in a particular kind of way, suddenly consciousness just shows up? Well, maybe it just does that, and hopefully science will one day tell us how it does that, but for now, we just remain in ignorance. But it does seem like consciousness is this categorically different thing from matter. I mean, the actual experience that you're having, I don't mean the brain waves or activity that's correlated with the experience. I mean the experience itself, the actual fear, not the brain state that brings about fear, but the feeling of fear. Not the brain state that brings about the perception of redness, but the experience of seeing red in such a way that you could never explain to a blind person, even if you could explain every single fact about the brain to them. There's something about experience which seems categorically different. And that's why it's a mystery how this experience could emerge from non-experience, which belongs to a completely different category. That kind of feels like if you took a bunch of numbers like 1 and 14 and 2 million and you added them together in the right order, you'd somehow get a chair. Like, it just doesn't make sense. That kind of thing can't emerge from that other kind of thing. So one solution to this mystery that the panpsychist offers is that, well, consciousness doesn't emerge from matter, because matter itself just is conscious.
All right, everybody. I've got some guests on with me today. We're going to be talking about fundamental consciousness and the different models that we have about it. So Alex O'Connor was just speaking on panpsychism. I don't know if you guys know much about that, but it's also a fundamental consciousness is fundamentalist type of view. But before we go on, I just wanted to say hello to everybody. What's going on, Arlindo? New to the show, and glad to have you. Arlindo has his own show, and can you tell us a little bit about that? And by the way, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Basically, I only came up with, I only started my show about a year ago because someone was really interested in knowing more about what I had to say, because I had commented on several groups on Facebook. I had commented on some videos on YouTube, and this person started following me. And it was my very first follower. So I thought, why don't I start my own podcast? And that gives me the opportunity to also present my art to do with my dreams, my altered states of consciousness, because I practice meditation. I'm very interested in the nature of mind. And the thing is, it only came about me presenting everything that I've gathered, all the knowledge I have, or me presenting my opinion so far on what's going on with the nature of reality, with the nature of mind and matter. It only started last year because I came. I've always kept an eye out for new discoveries in science, results from experiments, and the way scientists tend to interpret scientific data. And in 2022, I actually came across the experiments by John Clauser and Anton Teilinger and what's the other fella? Alan Aspect. And basically, this trio of scientists, they decided to test John Bell's basically theorem, right? And in John Bell's theorem, there is what he calls a limit. It's Bell's limit, basically. And according to his theorem, which had never been tested for decades up until 2022, that it was definitively tested. John Bell said if the limit, if the results from testing this theorem go above this limit, it means that local realism is false.
Right.
If the results go below the limit, it means that hidden variables in reality, even though nobody has ever described them, are the case, right? They exist. And supersymmetry is true, right? And superdeterminism, is true. So they tested his theorem. John Clauser actually called John Bell and said, has anyone ever tested your theory, back in the 70s? And John Bell said, no. It was just, his book was just sitting in the library. So John Clauser decided to test it, plus with the other scientists. And after rigorous testing throughout decades, they definitively showed that local realism is false, that particles at the fundamental level, at the subatomic level, they behave as though time and space doesn't exist, right? The space-time fabric, as though it doesn't exist, and it doesn't matter how far apart particles are from each other. If they're entangled, they will move in sync as though there's nothing in between. And basically they've managed to entangle 700 and odd subatomic particles, which exceeds Bell's limit. So they definitively showed that superdeterminism isn't true. So local realism is false. And it's funny because back in 2022, I was still a materialist, and I was reading about this, and I was thinking to myself, hold on a minute, that's really strange. And moreover, Anton Teilinger, after the experiment, after they won the Nobel Prize for demonstrating the violation of Bell's inequalities, Anton Zeilinger wrote a subsequent paper about idealism, about him not being a physicalist anymore because it just didn't make sense. And that made me pause, because even as a materialist or physicalist, if you prefer, I always felt that there was something amiss. You know, what bugged me was the nature of consciousness. I've wrestled with it. I kept thinking, how does anything non-conscious, how does dead matter come together to produce something that's aware? It just, I couldn't conceptualize it. It just didn't make sense, and I was really troubled by it, because I thought it's a serious problem that maybe we humans can't overcome. Maybe we're just not that clever. Maybe we can't think in those complex terms. Maybe reality outdoes the human brain. That's how I thought. But I still kind of thought, I still entertained the possibility, the idea that physical matter somehow creates awareness. But it still didn't sit well with me. But when I came across John Bell and co., when I came across the Anton Zeilinger's paper on idealism, it finally dawned on me, and plus my own experiences, because I've had multiple, experiences in altered states of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me review, it made me revise my own experiences, because I had always interpreted really extraordinary experiences in my lifetime through the lens of physicalism. But now that my paradigm was shifting, it made me think, hold on a minute, maybe this is showing me that idealism is really true. Maybe I've been interpreting my experiences the wrong way. And it's even made me recall a particular experience I had at university, where at university I was basically mad. You know, I was a young man. I was studying illustration. I was very artistic. I liked to try psychedelics, drugs, experiment with my own mind, and that would give me some inspiration to do some artwork. And one time I overdid it. I went on a binge. I had too much alcohol, too much marijuana, and the following day I woke up a bit hungover, and I had nothing to eat, and I went straight to the pub on campus, the Undercroft. And I was drinking, talking to my friends, and I decided to use the toilet, right? So, and you have to exit the pub to use the toilet on campus, right? And I went in, and I was standing in front of the urinal about to do my business, and I just collapsed, right? And it's probably to do with some kind of syncope. Like you find you don't have enough. Your body's dehydrated. There's not enough oxygen going into your brain, so it's actually a type of syncope, right, that you can experience. So I collapsed in front of the urinal, and the next thing I know, it was like I was on a fluffy cloud. I know it sounds funny, but I was on a fluffy cloud surrounded by a white mist, and I was so peaceful. I had no worries whatsoever, right? It was a different state of consciousness. And I was so relaxed, so peaceful. But then I thought to myself, what is this? What's happened? Because suddenly I remembered that just prior to that state, I was standing in front of the urinal. So as soon as I thought to myself, what's going on here? I found myself floating on top of the heads of people in the pub, right? That's what I experienced. And as I was moving on top of the heads of people in the pub, I was gradually moving as though mouse straining through space from one frame to the next, very gradually. And there was no thought of self. I wasn't thinking, I'm here, I'm Arlindo. It was just a view from above. And what's funny is, as I was looking at people, I could feel what they were feeling and how they were trying to, it's really hard to describe, but how they were trying to impress one another as they were talking to one another and drinking and socializing. So it's almost like I felt like I was them, and at the same time I had a view from the top, right? And then as I willed myself forward through space, I kept mouse trailing, and suddenly I woke up. I was back in my body on the floor. My head was on this guy's lap, and he kept slapping my face. And to this day, I think, could that explain the mouse trailing through space? He kept slapping me, and it was, interrupting my experience. But I seemed to have been outside of my body, right? That's the experience I had. And this ties in with why I've given my show the name Experiential Realism. Actually, it was Stephen Woolard of the Hermetic Idealism channel who mentioned that term to me, and I thought this term is perfect to name my channel because it just captures the essence of the type of idealism that I think is the most plausible. It's experiential realism. So we preserve the realism, it's real, but we're saying something about the nature of reality. It's experience, right? It's
Yes.
the bedrock of reality starts with experience, because nothing outside of consciousness can be said to exist. In fact, outside of mind is an abstraction that we make in mind.
Correct. Right.
So when I woke up, I had to say to the guy, "It's okay, I'm all right, I'm all right." And he was really panicked. He kept slapping me. I said, "I'm all right, I'm all right." And he splashed my face. And I don't tell people I had a near-death experience because I never ended up in hospital. No medical expert checked me at the time. I think I just fainted, but I had some kind of weird experience. And as a materialist back then at university, it made me pause. It made me think, hold on a minute. And when I was taken back to the pub by that guy, and then my friends came up to me and they were saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Someone got me a glass of water from the bar. And I said, "Yeah." And at the time, I didn't say anything to anyone. But the guy who found me, he said to my friends, "You should have seen him. When I found him, he looked dead. He looked pale. He looked dead." Right? So I don't know what's happened to me, but I remember looking around the pub and thinking to myself, "Oh my God, it's like I've seen these faces, but from the top." They were the exact same faces. So I was wrestling with what I had just experienced. I was thinking, hold on a minute, it can't be. It must be some kind of hallucination. Maybe my subconscious mind was aware of all these faces before I went to the loo. And then when I fainted, it somehow reconstructed a whole hallucination based on what I had just seen previously. So this would be the physicalist tentative explanation for what just happened. But I thought to myself, but maybe what if I was really above the heads of people from a different perspective, because my body just wasn't working properly at the time. Maybe if I hadn't rescued me and slapped me in the face, maybe if I had been left on the floor for longer, maybe I wouldn't have recovered. Maybe I would have ended up in hospital. Maybe I needed some kind of, hydration to take place. I don't know. I saw no white lights. I saw no spiritual guides, nothing. But I did experience something which is very different to the normal human experience. That's all I can say. And like this, I've had many other experiences, and it just makes me think that we need to pay more attention to these extraordinary experiences out of the norm, the experiences that, exist outside the default mode. And when you take psychedelics, obviously it interferes with the default mode, operation of the brain, inside the brain, right? Because it reduces brain activity, and somehow you start to experience more. And yeah, that's right. So since I became an idealist, it's made me also look back on psychedelic experiences I've had with, in particular, psilocybin. Mexican magic mushrooms, where I was
Mhm.
tripping and seeing so many colors and seeing distortions and seeing beams and angels and so much. And then within the trip, I had a moment where I felt like like a deity that had created the entire universe for my own amusement. It was a weird moment where suddenly it was like an epiphany, like, and I was looking at everything around me, all reality. Trees looked like giant broccoli. I became euphoric, and the
Mm.
surface before me was expanded in my mind somehow. And I thought to myself, wow, I created all of this. And then I snapped out of that moment where I felt like a deity. And that, as a materialist, by the way, at the time, made me think, what the hell was that? You know, it's
Mhm.
like it's like I remembered something, and now I'm back to being me and tripping, still tripping normally. But that was a profound moment within the trip. And when I hear people now, like Bernardo Kastrup, saying that, you know, because at the time I didn't know psychedelics can
Mhm.
reduce brain activity. When
Mhm.
I hear
Mhm.
that, it makes me think of Aldous Huxley's concept of the reducing valve, the brain as a reducing valve, right?
Yes. Yep.
So there's a mind at large, and when you're a human being, you develop a brain which acts like a reducing valve, where you only perceive a tiny portion of reality to the exclusion of everything else.
Mhm.
But once this brain is gone, destroyed, it's a bit like you know, like Donald Hoffman says, you know, you take off the headset and you become privy to a wider reality. So you become Brahman, as they say, instead of
Yes.
the small little Atman. You become Brahman. You become expanded. You become the mind of nature. That to me now seems to make more sense than ever.
Oh
So
yeah.
I don't want to go
It's
for too
it's
long,
like
but
the
yeah,
brain is a filter. So, and that's perfectly consistent with you know, with your experience, and also with what idealism says. But you know, the other great thing is that, you know, physicalists can say, oh, it was just oxygen deprivation, or it was just chemicals flooding into your brain causing a hallucination, which is, you can argue that way. But the physicalist model as a model is greatly challenged by the thing you started off
yeah,
with the Nobel Prize for entanglement and non-locality and non-local realism. And so
yeah,
that presents a challenge to the model of materialism itself, not to
yeah,
mention the philosophical issues that Alex O'Connor kind of laid out in his latest video this morning. But
yeah.
before I really go on, I want to introduce everybody else to the show. We've got Sophia back with us. How's it going, Sophia?
Everything's going well. My internet connection was saying hell no, so it took me a minute.
Yep, I figured that was the case. And Caleb, how you doing,
And
sir?
apparently it's
Oh, I'm doing all right. Like I said, it was saying in the chat there. It's like I just watched Alex's clip earlier, which
Mm-hmm.
I must say, it was really helped me better understand where idealism and panpsychism is coming from. Which isn't to say that you and Sophia or Paul or anyone else aren't good speakers or explaining
Right.
idealism, but it just something just clicked where they were like, I was having a very hard time wrapping my mind around, well, if
Oh, I know.
if
Me and you,
yeah,
we've been talking about it for a few weeks.
yeah,
Arlindo, Caleb is was with us from the beginning of the show, and he's kind of agnostic, you know, on whether it's idealism or materialism or something else. So he's been struggling. I think Caleb, you do identify. I think you told me on the last show you kind of identified the incoherent aspects of materialism, but you just weren't really convinced that idealism does any better job of
well,
tying up those loose ends, you know?
it seemed equally incoherent to me. Where
Right.
like to me, what Alex finally was able to, you know, enlighten me to is like this whole thing of tying consciousness to complexity. Like, you know, when I think of consciousness, I think of memory. I think of all these higher ordered things that we get with a conscious mind. And so for him to be like, well, no, it's just consciousness at its core or fundamental level is just, you know, the awareness experience itself.
Right.
And I think like for whatever reason, it just before him saying that, it just like,
clicked with you. And see, that's the thing. And I tried to I did invite Alex O'Connor to the show today, and hopefully he'll pop in. I don't know. But I did invite him. And you know, Alex has been really looking into idealism, or mainly panpsychism, because, you know, he understands the hard problem of consciousness. And, you know, it's just that Alex O'Connor, he used to be a really hard atheist, and then he sort of moved over to an agnostic position, and he's been debating Christians and some philosophers of mind.
Mhm.
And I guess out of that whole experience of his, he sort of sees the the value of a more idealistic sort of story, you know.
Mhm.
And so I've been trying to get him on the show. You know, he's a real busy person, you know.
Oh yeah.
I've only got like 140 something subscribers, so he's not really going to make me a priority. But, you know, I understand. He's a really nice guy, man, and he's really on top of it, you know, as far as understanding the arguments. And he's like you, Caleb. He's kind of agnostic, or was agnostic. I think he's more leaning panpsychist at this point, especially after his interviews with Annika and a few other people. I think
which I did want to ask, like, because when looking into the consciousness's fundamental, you know, landscape, like when I do research, it's like panpsychism seems to pop up more than idealism. So
yes.
like, I was wondering, like, why do you think it is that panpsychism seems to be more attractive to people who think consciousness is fundamental?
I'm going to let Sophia and then Arlindo answer that question.
Okay.
So do you want to start, Sophia, because you haven't really said anything yet? And you need to unmute yourself.
Maybe she's having problems.
Yeah, need to unmute, sweetie. There's a delay.
Am I unmuted now?
Yep, you are.
Okay, let's see. What I'm basically saying is that I'm giving consciousness a physical property. I'm saying that consciousness is like a black hole. It may not be visible, but it has gravity and it has this undeniable presence that shapes everything around it. So in that sense, think of it like, okay, you have a galaxy, and in every galaxy, there's a black hole at the center of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this black hole has all these properties, all this potential, right? And it affects everything around it. And that's how galaxies are formed. And this is what I'm comparing consciousness to. Consciousness is not just some immaterial, abstract thing, you know, that we can't conceptually grasp. It's more than that. It has the qualities of physicality, and it has mental qualities. It's invisible, and it can become visible. You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's why I love your model, and we're gonna show that model off here in a minute. But Arlindo, how would you explain why panpsychism is more seems to be more popular right now?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm very impressed with Alex O'Connor, and I think he's very open to surprisingly open to other metaphysics. And I really thought there would be more resistance from him, being that he's an atheist,
Yeah, skeptic.
and
Yeah.
I can't remember who he had a chat with once on his show, but this guy was an idealist, and he was explaining why reality is more likely to be mental in nature. And I do remember Alex saying, okay, it could all be mind, but that still doesn't mean that God exists. It's almost like he was entertaining idealism, but he was being defensive about preserving his atheisms, which I found quite funny. Another thing I'd like to say is that when he interviewed Annika Harris, and I've got great respect for Annika, and I think she's got great ideas, and she's done a great service by interviewing several scientists, several philosophers, and she's actually put herself out there and made everyone see that it's okay to ask the question within the scientific community if consciousness is fundamental. So I admire her for that. However, when Alex asked her, so are you a physicalist? She said, yes, I'm still very much in the physicalist camp, which was a bit disappointing because she sounded like she wanted to
Hmm.
redefine physicalism, which is
Yep.
very confusing for anyone who studies philosophy, in particular metaphysics, which is a branch of philosophy. And we already have definitions for the hypothetical nature of reality. We already have definitions for physicalism, panpsychism, idealism. So when someone comes along and says, well, maybe we should just tweak our meaning or what we mean by physicalism in order to
Mm.
accommodate this possibility that reality might not be material fundamentally, but might be something else, might be mental. So it's almost like smuggling in the word physicalism to avoid the word idealism. For some
Hmm.
reason, it seems like idealism is a dirty word. And I think
Yes.
the reason for that is because it's very much misunderstood. Now, when it comes to panpsychism, right, to get back to your question, when it comes to panpsychism, the problem is that most people in the scientific community use the word panpsychism to mean that matter is still fundamental. It still exists apart from mind, but each bit of matter has intrinsic awareness or proto consciousness, right?
Hmm.
Like as if it's another intrinsic property like mass and spin. And to me, that's a form of physicalism still, because it's saying reality is just physical, matter is out there. You know,
Hmm.
before complex minds form, it starts off with bits of matter which have proto consciousness, whatever that means, right? So
Hmm.
I disagree with that position because I think it creates it. First of all, it preserves the hard problem of consciousness. It doesn't solve
Yes.
it. And then you have the problem of barriers, dissociation, what makes you you and me, and it just creates more problems, right? It doesn't explain anything. Whereas with idealism, right, it literally says that consciousness is fundamental and matter is only an appearance in consciousness, right? So you could have absolutely pure awareness full of potential, and then from that potential it sprouts off like a tree into several directions. So in the universe, you could have a creature like a lion develops a feline brain. It's a feline mind, and as it develops the brain, it forms many connections. But those connections, even if they're impressive in number, are still nothing compared to the quantum superpositions that lie at the roots of reality, right? So it's already, to go back to Aldous Huxley's reducing valve, the brain that the lion grows forms connections in order to preserve its own body against the apparently indifferent environment. So the mind of a lion is has its own focus on reality to
Hmm.
the exclusion of every other distraction. So
Hmm.
even though we and lions and all the other animals are the same, at the basic level of awareness, we're all the same.
Yes.
But the lion has taken its own route as the universe unfolds in space-time, and we have taken our route, and we have developed so many connections that makes us human beings. And the reason why I say this is when I've practiced meditation before, and actually I stumbled upon this pristine awareness, which came about by me trying to induce a wake initiated lucid dream. So I didn't get what I was expecting. I was trying to get a wake initiated lucid dream, right, where you preserve your waking awareness and you drift off into sleep, but your mind is still awake. So body asleep, mind awake, body asleep. You know, your body is just so relaxed. There's a technique of relaxation. You relax your body, but your mind is still awake, and you suddenly slip into a dream with waking consciousness. So you remember everything. You remember that you're in bed. Your body is supposed to be lying in bed. You're asleep, but you're awake. I didn't get that. Basically, I kept using the technique of mind awake, body asleep, and I kept focusing on something in my mind, like a lamp, right? And every time my mind wandered, because I had a monkey mind, you know, like in Buddhism, they call it a monkey mind. It never sat still. Every time I patiently brought my mind back to the point of focus, you know, to the lamp, but then my mind kept going elsewhere. So it's almost like I kept falling asleep and then waking myself up, falling asleep. You know, mind wanders, bring it back to focus. Mind wanders, bring it back to focus. And I kept doing that, and eventually I felt like a shift in consciousness, and everything was gone. Everything was gone, but an awareness remained. I wasn't human anymore. I wasn't Arlindo anymore. I had no memories. I had no concepts. I had nothing. But because I was pure awareness, I felt free. No thoughts weighed on me. I felt absolutely free. And it was such a deep joy. And it only lasted for about a second before the curiosity came to me again for some reason. And the first thoughts that came to me were, who am I? Where am I? What is this? And then a flurry of thoughts flooded my mind, and it killed the original state. It killed the bliss. It killed everything. And with those thoughts, I identified with them, and I tried to form a narrative to describe the original state of pure awareness. And I just kept coming up short. You know, I felt like words couldn't quite capture the original state. And when I read, because I'm currently reading Federico Fagin's Irreducible.
Yes.
He says something in the book. Symbols, representations don't quite capture qualia, the mental states, how they are originally, how because they're private states, how they feel.
Ineffable. Yep.
Yeah, ineffable. You can't represent love using symbols because you will lose the very essence of love, because the symbols are just symbols. And in order for the symbols to have meaning, there has to be a conscious observer to say, okay, that's what we mean by those symbols. We're trying to say that those symbols represent how we felt. But if there are no minds to say that those symbols represent the feeling, then the symbols are just symbols. They're just appearances. They make no sense. Right?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm making sense, but
oh yeah, you are. And it really goes
Right.
into,
I just wanted to
go right ahead. Go ahead, Sophia, please.
I didn't realize that I was muted, but I wanted to go back to panpsychism. It's not that I'm completely disagreeing with panpsychism. You know, I'm saying that consciousness is fundamental, but consciousness, the mode of how it modulates frequency, basically creates different states of awareness. So a rock, for example, is just more like an unconscious state of awareness, but it still happens within consciousness. Does that make sense? So you could say, oh, a rock has consciousness, but why can't it talk or think or whatever? Well, it's more, it's closer to an unconscious state of consciousness.
Yeah,
Right.
And
But unconsciousness is still consciousness. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I wanted to. I mean, I definitely want to get into idealism, but yeah, I do want to focus briefly here on panpsychism because it's like, Arlindo. Okay,
Arlindo,
mentioned that there were problems that it faces itself, and I wanted to touch upon those because the only issue that I've come across that a lot of people bring up, which I think it was Philip Goff that Alex O'Connor.
Yep, Philip Goff. Yep.
Yeah, it was the combination problem.
Yep, combination problem. Yep.
So I was just wondering, is there more to it than that, or like what's
yes. So I wanted to kind of touch on that because I was going to give my little take on that. It's like the problem that I have is kind of philosophical with panpsychism because you have to understand. We talk about truth bearers and truth makers, right? Like truth bearers are statements and facts, things that we recognize as truth. And these things are observed, but they're all observed in consciousness. So everything that we consider truth and facts, they exist out there as a structure that we mentally put together. We mentally put these models and frameworks together. They're all conceptual, right? And if truth and facts are kind of conceptual, then what are public truths? Say like things like correlations between the brain and consciousness, or even the tree, even the rock, anything that we observe, these are public thoughts because, facts are just true thoughts in that case. And so if they're discoverable, these things were true before we discovered them, right? But if truth is the product of our concepts, then who is conceiving these sort of facts that we discover? And that's what many philosophers call eternal truths. And so these are things that are true regardless of whether local minds know it or not. But all truths are conceptual. They're and truths are just facts. They're facts about the world. And if
it would still require a mind.
Correct. Exactly. So what do you think, Sophia, about panpsychism you were about to say? And you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I just muted myself because my dogs want to have a discussion.
Right.
No, but just what I was saying. I'm not disagreeing that we could say that everything has consciousness, but it comes down to different levels based on how consciousness modulates frequency. Because I'm giving the property of frequency to consciousness. And somebody might say, well, how are you doing that? How could you assume that consciousness is frequency or has properties of frequency? And that's where I'm making a logical inference based on what we know about specific processes such as cymatics. We know that in cymatics, which demonstrates that frequency can rearrange matter and arrange it and make it more complex, and now we have like these perfect predictable shapes, right? So we also know that meditation affects the body. We can raise our heart rate, lower it. There's all types of stuff, all types of ways that that your mind can affect your body, which your mind or your brain even emits brain waves. And I'm not a scientist, I'm here loosely speaking here. But we know that frequency affects matter. And when you look at the behavior of what the mind can do to the body, you can logically make an inference and say, well, consciousness must have properties of frequency. Are y'all following me with that?
Yep. In fact, that's a great segue into your model, because we created a video actually of what Sophia is talking about that might be really good at kind of breaking that down. You want to go ahead and want me to go ahead and present your video, Sophia? This would be a great segue, I think.
Well, it's your video. It's your video. My essay.
That's right. Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it off and let everybody hear what
Teamwork
it's all
makes the
about.
dream work.
You got that right, baby. Here we go.
Consciousness as Frequency, The Vibrational Bridge Between Mind and Matter by Sophia Arment. Introduction. What if the universe is not built from lifeless particles, but from frequencies, waves of awareness that hum reality into being? This is not idle speculation, but a growing hypothesis supported by both mystical traditions and emerging science. Consciousness, long assumed to be a product of the brain, may instead be the very foundation of matter itself. And if frequency can organize matter, as cymatics shows us, then consciousness, as frequency, may be the source of all form. Cymatics, the hidden language of frequency. Cymatics, the study of how sound waves shape matter, provides a physical demonstration of how frequencies generate form. When sound vibrations are transmitted through a medium such as water, sand, or powder, intricate geometric patterns emerge, structured, ordered, and complex. This is not metaphorical. It is repeatable, observable, and scientific. Frequency can and does create visible patterns in matter. This principle leads us to a simple but radical question. If sound waves can structure matter, what else can? Mind is frequency, the logical inference. We know the mind affects the body. Stress causes ulcers. Meditation lowers blood pressure. Emotions change posture and release or block hormones. These are not metaphysical claims. They are empirical observations. If the mental can alter the physical, then the mental must operate through some energetic means. In other words, the mind must be vibrational, must be frequency, because frequency is the only known mechanism by which the non-material influences the material. This is foolproof, even if it cannot be captured with materialist instruments. It is an inference based on the behavior of frequency in nature. The mind, like sound, reshapes matter, and therefore, it must share sound's vibrational essence. The scientific theories supporting vibrational consciousness. Emerging scientific theories support this idea. The resonance theory of consciousness posits that consciousness emerges from the synchronization of neural oscillations, brain waves harmonizing at specific frequencies. Electromagnetic field theories propose that consciousness is a pattern in the brain's EM field, a dynamic wave system of frequencies. Paul C. McComb's consciousness field theory suggests that consciousness is part of a fifth force of nature, a non-local field of vibrational information carried by psychions. OR theory by Penrose and Hameroff locates consciousness in quantum-level vibrations inside neurons. Across the board, we find one common element: frequency, energy, and matter. The continuum physics teaches us that energy and frequency are inherently linked. E equals H times F. Energy is not separate from vibration, it is vibration. And matter, according to quantum field theory, is just energy condensed and stabilized. Therefore, if consciousness is frequency, then it is also a form of energy, and as such, capable of transforming into matter. This allows us to solve the so-called hard problem of consciousness, not by trying to extract mind from dead matter, but by recognizing that matter arises from living mind. Matter is crystallized consciousness. Lucifer as phosphorus, the encoded metaphor of light. Here, ancient symbolism meets quantum metaphysics. The word Lucifer, so often misunderstood, derives from the Latin lux ferre, light bearer, and from the Greek phosphoros, meaning phosphorus. Phosphorus is the element that glows, not by reflecting light, but by generating its own. It is self-igniting. Its glow comes from within. This self-illumination can be seen as a metaphor for self-awareness, consciousness as its own light, needing no external source. Is it coincidence that a being symbolizing rebellion in descent into matter is also associated with light? Or is it an encoded truth that consciousness, light, descends into form, matter, and that the fall of Lucifer represents the entry of divine frequency into the material world. This interpretation reframes biblical myth as esoteric physics, the divine light becoming frequency, becoming energy, becoming matter. Conclusion. We began with a question: what if consciousness is frequency? Along the way, we saw that frequency shapes matter, cymatics, that the mind influences the body and must therefore be vibrational, and that modern science increasingly describes consciousness in terms of synchronized waveforms. We connected energy to frequency and frequency to matter, completing the chain from thought to form. And finally, we explored how ancient symbols like Lucifer and phosphorus may hold hidden insights into this truth, that the divine light of consciousness is not separate from the physical world, but the secret architect behind it. Consciousness is not an effect of matter, it is the frequency that gives rise to it.
Cool. So very good, very good. I really think it's an awesome thesis right there. And you know, we have a lot of questions in the audience about that. Like my friend Wes, what's going on, Wes? He says, I'm waiting for the science still. And so I think, you know,
I'm gonna be very dismissive of those type of comments. Next, go to a better comment.
Well, I was gonna say that, you know, science is a method, and it's a method that entails predictions. You make a hypothesis based on a prediction, and Sophia had alluded to OR in her video, right? And OR, which is orchestrated reduction, which is a panpsychist or even an idealistic sort of theory, right? Model. And it made predictions about super radiance actually happening in the microtubules of the brain on the quantum level. And this was said to be sort of impossible because of the wet, noisy environment of a brain. Yet they've actually confirmed this over and over with certain verifiable observations. And so that counts as evidence. Anytime you can make a prediction and it comes true based on your model, that is considered evidence for that model. And so we at least have some science just right there alone. And there's others, but I'll let other people speak on it. I'll let Arlindo, go ahead and kind of
Arlindo, right? Arlindo.
That's it.
Arlindo,
Yeah,
yes.
that's it. Arlindo, yeah. I'll tell you what, I actually endorse Sophia's model. I think it's quite descriptive and it dovetails nicely with scientific observation, because if you think about particles, right, and this is to address that specific question, if you think about particles, they're not really billiard balls. To get that notion about atoms or atomic structures, atoms are vibrations, vibrational patterns, right? You can't explain certain phenomena that you observe at the subatomic level if you think of atoms as billiard balls, because if you think of say a particular subatomic particle, let's say, and you know that it formed from the unison of two other different particles, right? If you know that's possible, when they've tested those particles at the Large Hadron Collider, when you smash the hadrons together, that particle which was formed from the unification of two specific particles can actually produce 5 other particles that were never there to begin with, you know, when the particle first formed. Does that make sense? It's almost like it produces other particles that were never part of its makeup from the beginning. And you can only understand that in terms of vibrations. So imagine 2 particles that form a specific particle and imagine that they are 2 different types of vibration. When they come together, they form a unique vibration, and when something acts upon it, it might split into several other vibrations, several other tiny forms of vibrations. So you have to imagine that we're dealing with a field, right? And you have to imagine that each particle, what we call particles, they are ripples. They are ripples in space-time. And space-time is an appearance in consciousness, according to idealism. And you also have to, if you want science, right, take a look at the new method in science that they've come up with, which is an upgrade from Feynman's diagrams. Feynman was a brilliant physicist, right? And he used to have, he came up with these diagrams to try and map every possible interaction at the quantum level, right? And what he found certain geometries. And now they have what they call surfaceology, which is an upgrade of Feynman's diagrams, where they use complex mathematics, where they can work out why those particles behave the way they do, why the vibrations, why the ripples take the shape that they do, from pure geometric forms, which have to exist beyond the Planck scale, right? So we can only measure up to the Planck scale. But these diagrams, this surfaceology method, they actually give us insights to what's beyond the Planck scale, before space-time becomes manifest. And when you see those geometric patterns, like the amplituhedron that Donald Hoffman talks about, there's another one that they discovered called the associahedron, which associates everything else, and there's more to be discovered. When you look at those geometric patterns, they tell you something that exists prior to the manifestation of the universe as a space-time construct.
Yes.
So literally, it's telling you that within consciousness, mathematics comes first, and then everything else follows from it. And this is something that Max Tegmark talked about in his book,
The Mathematical Universe.
A Mathematical Universe, right? He reckons mathematics is fundamental, and it creates all sorts of universes, right? It creates practically the multiverse. But he was bugged by consciousness. He didn't see how consciousness fit into the picture. But he did ask a question that many other physicists have asked before: what breathes fire into the equations? And it's funny that after he published his book, his next project was, I'm going to study the mystery of consciousness. To me, that's quite telling. To me, it tells me that Sophia is on the right track with her model, because she talks about vibration, she talks about cymatics, and you can observe them in nature. You can literally derive idealism as some kind of mechanism that we observe in consciousness, which and we can only form maps based on maps of reality, based on symbols, to try and understand what's going on. But her model reflects exactly what the science shows. It's congruous with what science is telling us. And the thing is, I actually interviewed Robert Wagner before, right? And it's to do with lucid dreaming and all that. He's a sleep expert.
Yep.
And he actually said something to me which is very telling. He said, the problem isn't science. Science is great. The problem is scientists, because you can get the scientific data. You can be presented with empirical observations, but you can derive the wrong interpretation, especially if you have already a dogmatic framework like physicalism. If you think, there has to be matter and mind comes after as some sort of epiphenomenon, and by the way, epiphenomenalism is false. You can demonstrate that epiphenomenalism is false. Consciousness isn't some kind of witness that comes along and has no causal power, because the very fact that we're talking about consciousness right now just influences our behavior. The very feeling that we're questioning, oh my God, we're aware, that very feeling is already influencing, because we're interested in it, it's influencing our movements, our speech, our thoughts. So physicalism right there, boom, is false.
Right.
Physicalism and epiphenomenalism, which is the conclusion that you derive from physicalism.
Right. And a lot of questions like this question from Wes, and it's a perfectly natural question to ask. Do we have an example of an unembodied mind in the world, which basically this, in my opinion, this sort of is an artifact of physicalist sort of thinking. So with, like you were mentioning, the new science or the different cutting edge science is based on mathematics and geometrical structures. We can talk about dark energy, dark matter, things like that. Those are not embodied, but they are indirect evidence of something that we consider real. So in a sense, I could say that consciousness actually doesn't exist. And that's why you're never going to see embodied consciousness, because it doesn't exist, yet it's real. Because when I talk about exist, what are we talking about? We're talking about rocks and trees, and we don't see that in our field of awareness. We don't see consciousness. We are consciousness. So a scale cannot weigh itself. You know, we're inside the consciousness. So it's really hard to look out that portal to look for consciousness as some unembodied thing out there. It's actually something we are. We are consciousness. And so on this model, on idealism, consciousness is fundamental in that way. We are existing within consciousness, looking out at the appearances in the world that we call the world, or the external world. And we start talking about things like trees and rocks and embodiments and bodies and particles and stuff like that. And then we have other categories like mathematics and geometrical structures, and these sort of things cohere with the physical appearances, and we kind of tie these things together, and they sort of come together to form our concepts. But don't forget, all
Those
our
are just
concepts,
descriptions.
they're description. Yeah, we don't want to mistake the place for the map. You know, these things exist in consciousness. We don't want to ever forget that. We can never get behind experience.
Right.
To experience
So my
things
model
outside of experience.
says that. Sorry, I'm breaking up.
It's okay. We're just lagging.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So my model just says that consciousness generates all experiences, mental and physical. Just it's all within consciousness. Just like the dreamer creates the dream within his own mind.
Yes. And
Yeah.
you know, you don't want to, and we're not arguing here that this is intuitive. We're not saying that. We're allowing you to be natural and say, why is it that I don't see this consciousness thingy out there? It's because we are conscious. It's not intuitive, because what's intuitive to us is a dualism, the this, the that, the distinctions that we see. It's really hard for us to understand non-dualism or idealism, because we're saying it's all one thing.
Yes, Scott, I was going to say, I think Sophia touched upon a very important point, which is the dreamer. I'm not talking about lucid dreaming, right? Say you're dreaming and you don't know that you're dreaming. You're having a normal dream. And in the dream, you could be surrounded by several objects, stones, trees, houses, people, and you could be convinced of the physical reality of that dream until you wake up and you realize it was all mental within your personal mind, right? And this goes back to an argument that took place about 300 years ago between Samuel Johnson and Bishop George Berkeley. Samuel Johnson was the first who came up with the English dictionary, I think, a version of the English dictionary. And he was very much a materialist. And George Berkeley was a subjective idealist. Actually, at the time, they called it immaterialism. And George Berkeley said, it's all mind. Everything happens in the mind of God. We're created in his image. So he used religious language, obviously, but he was pointing to a form of idealism. He said, everything is mind. We have our own minds, but we exist in the mind of God. And Samuel Johnson completely misunderstood the argument, right? And he came up, he basically committed what's known as the argumentum ad lapidem fallacy, the appeal to the stone fallacy, because he proceeded to kick a large stone, and he turned around to George Berkeley and said, look, I refute it thus, as if to say, the stone is out there, outside our minds. I've just kicked it. It's hard. It's real. And he didn't realize that all he demonstrated were mentations. All he demonstrated were, you know, the visual sensation of him kicking a stone, which everyone could see, and he demonstrated to himself the sense of tactility, which also happens in mind. So when you examine what took place there, the act of kicking a stone, all you have evidence for is mentation, mental actions. All you have evidence for is sensation. You have the sensation of solidity in object. You can hurt yourself kicking a stone. That's a sensation in mind. You can see the stone. You can see the man kicking the stone. All you have evidence for. So he failed to refute idealism. And I, for the life of me, I don't know why people still bang on about the physicality of objects, because at the end of the day, they're just appearances in mind. Our minds have the power to create illusions. They have the power to create illusions in dreams, in dreaming states, and they can also hallucinate. They can also distort things in the world, which idealism would say is a type of shared dream. Idealism would say the universe is a mental construct, and the mental construct that we form of this universe is different to the mental construct that another creature formulates in its brain of the same thing. And, you know, different creatures will perceive far more than others, you know, like, you know, a bee might detect more colors in nature than a human being. A dog will detect more smells than, you know, than a human being, or you know, a monkey. Everyone, every single creature has created its own reality, and then we can agree or disagree about the reality that's out there. And by the way, idealism isn't claiming that reality out there doesn't exist. That's not what it claims, right? It's not solipsism. Idealism is practically saying we have personal minds exist, a plurality of minds exist, and we can use that to circumvent the problem of solipsism, because everything on our screen of perception looks as though solipsism is false. Everything looks as though a plurality of minds exist, because when I look at you and Sophia and the other fellow's name I can't remember, when Caleb. I look at everyone else, yeah, I can theorize that there's another mind out there, but still the appearance is within my own mind. And when I try to understand this, to really conceptualize it, I always refer back to Douglas Harding's headless experience, because Douglas Harding pointed out, he was a mystic in the 60s, he pointed out, if you look at the world, if you really pay attention to your own experience, you have no head. In the place of your head, it's an expansive space, right? It's the whole world rests on your neck, where a head should be. From your eyes all the way to the horizon, it's a bubble. It's the whole wide world rests on your neck. And when you look down, within that bubble, within that field of awareness, you can include the rest of your body, the rest of your human body. So all you have is this wide space narrowed to a point, to a singular perspective, but it's wide open as far as the eye can see, all the way to the horizon. So right there, you can see that mind, and someone like Rupert Sheldrake would argue that with vision in particular, is evidence that mind extends beyond your human body, beyond your human brain. It's right there because it's wide open. It's the whole world on your neck, and the rest of your body, if you look down, will be included in that expansive bubble. So
Yes.
you can derive all sorts of theories from that.
Just from that alone. It's the stage on which you can build all of those models. And Dave says he likes your form of idealism. And in fact, he says also that dualism is an idealism too. And I would kind of agree with that, because dualism leads right into non-dualism, if you really think about it, because you're seeing the dualism within mind. And that's the basis of everything. So if we can look at it that way, and plus non-dualism, idealism is such a parsimonious kind of view. But I wanted to get to Caleb. He had some perspectives he wanted to share as an agnostic on the issue. So Caleb, did you have some comments or questions, my friend?
Something that stuck out when I was watching the video, the explanation. It mentioned the living mind being, the thing that is fundamental. But, just like how, we need to be careful of how we redefine things, the
Annika,
like Annika wanting to redefine physicalism. It's like we got to be careful with what we define living as, because it's like if we do look at what the scientific data is, it's like, all right, so we have non-living matter and then we have living matter. That seems to be the progression of things. And so, like, to me, it's like, if there is a universal mind, which I'm willing to just say, for the sake of the argument, there is a universal mind. But then my next question would be, all right, well, how does this universal mind function? What is it, its fundamental properties and such? And to me, it's like, all right, well, if non-living matter came first, would it make sense then, though, that if there is this universal mind, that this mind was at its most fundamental level is non-living, or does that just not make sense? So
you're asking, is the greater mind living or non-living? Is that what you're asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'd like to answer that first. On my view, the way I kind of perceive it is, I'm looking at the universal mind as a field of subjectivity, sort of like a not a metaconscious or self-aware type of thing, because that wouldn't really make any coherent sense.
Mm-hmm.
If that's all that existed, then what is it really observing? It has to sort of disassociate in order for any sort of meaning, any sort of appearances, for any sort of definitions of this thing, that thing, any sort of duality would have to arise by splitting off or fractaling off. And so I would look at the greater mind as sort of maybe the quantum field. You know how we've been talking a lot about the quantum field and the quantum field theory. I would say that that's just what the greater mind looked like from a disassociative boundary. That, because that's where we're all connected to, right? We're not disassociated from the field ever. We can't be, because we're made of the same stuff. We all arise. Even the materialists would even agree to that. They would say that, all matter sort of arises out of the quantum field. Well, guess what else is real? Consciousness, the experience of what it's like. So that too must also be embodied in that same field. Anything that's real seems to trace itself back to that big field of being. Some people don't want to call it a field of subjectivity, or you could call it like ultimate being or quantum field or whatever you want. The semantics don't matter to me. Really, all that really matters is that we go back to something not necessarily self-aware or human-like, but we go back to some sort of mind. You think about how quantum field theory works, like you think about superposition, like where all states sort of exist in this non-manifested state. It's kind of like if you're at a refrigerator and you see the milk, you see the juice, and you see the tea, and you think to yourself, well, what do I want? What do I want to drink right now? What should I drink right now? Well, you're in superposition. You're like the quantum field. You're just sitting there with all these options.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as you interact with one of the things, that thing becomes manifest in reality. And then that's the thing that you are. You're that thing. Maybe you're the milk, maybe you're the tea, the juice, or whatever. But everything that ever existed started off as a probability distribution. So that's kind of like a mind, you know, that's the function of a mind. Even the godfather of quantum mechanics said that, you know, below everything else, below matter is a matrix of mind, you know, that was Max Planck.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I'm looking at it, like it's a field of being or a field of consciousness that is just sitting out there waiting to manifest in one form or another. And so we see these forms as appearances, and it makes perfect sense on that level. What do you think, Arlindo?
Well, could I
Go
just
ahead, Caleb.
ask,
Yep.
doesn't it make sense, though, to give it the adjective of living? Like, is that helpful? Would you say?
I don't know if it is, because we don't even know how to really define life, to be, if we're really technical. Like a lot of things that supposedly entail life are entailed in life. And then some things that entail in life don't really entail in all forms of life. You know what I mean? So it's sort of hard to really create that boundary to know exactly. There's a demarcation problem there too. So it's hard to say, but I would say life for me is something that when we recognize life, we can only go off our models, you know, and we say that, you know, if you're alive, you procreate, you know, you absorb energy, and you know, you die. All life sort of dies too. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to say. What do you think, Arlindo?
I would say that we already have evidence that consciousness precedes life. If you just look at Penrose's theory, for example, he's talking about microtubules that take place in the brain. He's talking about quantum interaction. Well, if those quantum states, as he says, create consciousness, and I would say that the quantum states actually create a particular type of experience in consciousness. But you know, there might be some discrepancy there, because I still think Penrose is a physicalist, but he just places consciousness at the subatomic level as opposed to the level of brains. But we don't even need to go that far. We don't even need to say to Sir Roger Penrose, actually, you haven't gone far enough. Consciousness is absolutely fundamental, and then you derive the quantum states which match qualia, specific types of experience. But just based on his theory alone, he's already saying that consciousness precedes all life. Consciousness precedes all classical interaction, because he's talking about quantum states, and quantum states are prior to classical states. So right there, you can't derive consciousness from classical states. You can't derive consciousness at the level of the brain, right?
Yeah.
But you can maybe speculate that consciousness emerges from quantum states, and you know, quantum mechanics is still somewhat mysterious to everyone. We don't fully understand it. But what we can say in you know, through the lens of idealism, what we can say is that, just, and to use Kastrup's language, just as you can look at someone and the image of that person, that person's body, that person's brain, is the extrinsic appearance of a human mind. It's what a human mind looks like from a second or third person perspective. As you said it yourself, when you look at superpositions of quantum states and then they settle on one particular state, you know, decoherence takes place. When you look at quantum states, you are looking at what the pleroma, the totality, the infinite potential looks like from a second or third person perspective, from an anthropic perspective. When you look at the quantum level, it's so many possibilities. It's infinite possibilities. It's a superposition of states, and you can create maps of what the quantum looks like, and it's only going to be a partial representation of what the pleroma looks like. And this is an idea that my friend Nini Castle presented to me like some time ago, and I thought that's spot on, because just as you look at other people and you say to yourself, that's the partial representation of what their minds look like in your field of awareness, you can say exactly the same thing for the rest of nature. You can look at quantum states and you can say that's the partial representation of a pleroma, infinite, pregnant with infinite potential.
Now,
And-
Wes, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump ahead of you.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, it's pregnant with infinite potential, right? And we've come this far on a classical level as human beings, but if you imagine that your body, which is a constricted form of awareness, because it's a filter, it excludes everything else. Once the body expires, then you take off the Hoffmanian headset and you become privy to a wider reality. And whether there's another more expanded headset, you can think of, I don't know, beyond the body, there could be some kind of spiritual body that includes more information. You don't have to get too mystical, but you can say that, and you don't have to be religious, but you can say that reality itself allows for an afterlife. Someone once said to Federico Fagin, your theory actually implies an afterlife. And Federico Fagin turned around and he said, so what? If that's the implication of someone's theory, if that's where reality is pointing to, as a scientist, your job is to embrace it, not to have preconceived ideas and to dismiss it because it sounds woo. Actually, materialism, physicalism, is the metaphysic that sounds like woo, because you're expected to believe that there's some kind of nondescript reality out there that has no color, that has no sound, that is supposedly made of just pure mathematical equations. It looks like nothing to no one. And then from those mathematical equations, from that nondescript reality, somehow you get brains that form a rich copy of reality, a very colorful, very rich, ultra realistic copy of reality. And to me, it just doesn't seem to make sense. If you're expected to believe in that, then you might as well believe in the conception of very colorful afterlives described by other religions out there, by several religions out there. You might as well believe.
Bye, Wes. Bye.
Well, I would say this too, that Alex O'Connor in his video this morning said that part of the problem with a lot of folks understanding consciousness as fundamental sort of stuff is they automatically have a knee-jerk reaction because they're stuck in a paradigm that's outdated. If you keep up with modern science, if you take science serious at all, then you're going to, at least consider what a lot of scientists and philosophers of mind have to say. You don't have
Can
to
I say
believe
something
it,
to that, Scott? Can I say something to that? Can I say something to that?
Go ahead.
It's just like, there was the law of conversation. There was the law of conservation of matter, and then there was the law of conservation of energy. But then the idiots figured out they're interchangeable, and that's been updated since then. And you still have assholes running around trying to use that. And I'm like, no, they already realized that, and they already upgraded that, and it's interchangeable. So you can accept that energy is not created and it can't be destroyed, right? And energy can become matter and matter can be energy, but you can't conceptualize that consciousness just is. It is what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, consciousness has to be the irreducible reality. That's where the buck stops. That's common sense. You have to have some kind of foundation to reality, because if you refuse to have a foundation, if you think, well, what comes before consciousness? What comes before that? You run into the infinite regress problem, right?
Exactly.
At some point, Like Sophia said about the, Lucifer and phosphorus. Phosphorus creates its own light, just like the photon. The photon doesn't need a predicator to be its own light. It doesn't need something shining outside of itself to shine on the photon so that we can say, oh, that's a photon. It shines, it's light. The photon is its own light, but nobody questions that. Everyone says
Exactly.
the photon is its own light. That's what a photon is. And, in the same vein, consciousness is its own awareness. That's it. If you're not aware of anything else, awareness becomes awareness of awareness. This is something that Rupert Spira pointed out. Consciousness is its own light. It's like Lucifer. It's like phosphorus. That's it. It's fundamental. It doesn't get any deeper than that. It's the ground of being. And if you don't accept that, then you're forever going to run into the infinite regress problem, which I think Carlo Rovelli has run into as well, because he just can't. Sometimes for some scientists, you just have to have an explanation for everything. And it's like, what explains that? That.
Well,
Well, if
people
we
love
have
their
that, then
beliefs.
some other explanation has to exist for that. And then it's like turtles all the way down, and it never
Yeah.
ends.
People love their beliefs. People are married to their beliefs, and they identify with their beliefs. And some beliefs are formed out of habit, out of peer pressure, out of just not knowing, out of ignorance. And when they're introduced to a foreign concept, their knee-jerk reaction is to say, oh, well, give me the crystals, man. Pull out your crystals and let's do crystal work and see if I can fucking understand it now, when you can just convince me of the woo, man. And it's like, this is a very closed-minded way of thinking. It's kind of like the folks who rejected evolution by natural selection. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So now we're just pond scum. So that makes a lot of sense. When have you ever seen a dog give birth to a non-dog? It's like, yeah, it sounds real common sense at face value. But if you really dig into the facts, you kind of
And
understand a
actually,
little better what the argument actually is,
It
I was going to
reminds
say, you mentioned evolution, and you have to take into account the veracity of evolution. Darwinism, it's undeniable, right?
Right.
It's a very strong theory, but you also have to understand, as an idealist, that when you look at evolution, Darwinian evolution, what you're seeing is a finite manifestation. This world is only a tiny derivative of that pleroma that we were talking about earlier. The pleroma doesn't need to compete with anything. It's complete. And this touches upon Neoplatonism. It's almost like our reality is a tiny derivative of the one. And like our reality, there are probably many countless other realities. So what we are seeing within our reality is entropy. Because it's incomplete, because it lacks infinite information, it decays. Everything decays. And you see decay in everything. And hence Darwinian evolution. And hence why when consciousness identifies as finite beings that have to compete in order to survive, in order to self-preserve, they are identifying with something finite. They are identifying with being egoic minds, and the need to survive is very apparent because nothing lasts. Our reality is pretty much made up of transient forms, and someone like the mystic Adi Shankara from the non-dualist tradition, he would say that consciousness is fundamental. It's made of clay. He used the clay pot analogy. Consciousness is clay, and the ceramics that you derive from the clay, the pots and the plates and everything else, meaning analogous to your body, the objects in reality, all of that doesn't last. It decays. And we name those objects as though they have standalone existence, but they don't. The objects are just illusions. There was only ever clay. Adi Shankara would say there was only ever mind. And what we're seeing now are the ripples encapsulated in Sophia's model, cymatics. We're seeing frequencies, we're seeing vibrations, we're seeing finite definition. In order for things to exist finitely, they have to be finitely defined to the exclusion of every other possibility that could be included. And hence you have finite universes. And then
Right.
you also have the mystery of, is the universe infinite? Is it finite? Where does it stop? Where does it end? What about time? You know, you get all these questions, but at the moment, it's being defined through the anthropic lens. It's being defined through finite minds. So we're seeing the inside of Plato's cave, and
Yes.
perhaps when we die, we see outside of Plato's cave, and that's reflected in near-death experiences, for example.
Right. Right.
People
Right.
go to other
Telepathy tape.
realms. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Telepathy
And
tapes.
I've noticed that a lot of people who have NDEs, sometimes they describe being bigger, more expanded. So there was a guy who even said, it's like I was the tables and the walls of the hospital, and I was everything else. I was more expanded, and I could read people's thoughts. I had more information. But when I got back, when I returned to my body, all of that knowledge, all of that expansive information didn't fit in my tiny human brain. I was a little brain again, and they become really pissed off because they come from that bliss of more reality, more information, and then they return to their tiny little brains and they can't even conceptualize what they've just experienced. It's difficult for them. They often say it's hard for us to come up with the words to describe what we've just experienced.
Ineffable.
And this
Yes.
is redolent of Plato's cave. Someone leaves
Yes.
the cave, they go outside, they see the whole wide world. When they return, they have a very hard time describing that expansive reality. And the people inside the cave look at those who left it and returned, and they think they're crazy. They sound
Mhm.
crazy because they're trying to describe something that no one's ever seen. So that's, you know,
But,
I
Go ahead,
just
Caleb.
wanted to.
I was just gonna say, like your talk about evolution reminds me of Alex's most recent discussion with John Lennox and how John's own dogmatic beliefs, like it's like he is willing to accept evolution on smaller scales, but like a lot of fundamentalist Christians can't seem to wrap their minds around evolution on large scales, like how we are all common ancestors of every living creature on Earth. We share DNA with just about everything, that we came from single-celled organisms billions of years ago.
And before I let Sophia on to speak to your point there, Caleb, I like what, I don't know if you're familiar with Donald Hoffman. I think I might have played a few videos in the past for us, but Donald Hoffman kind of describes evolution as another theoretical framework. It has a lot of validity and a lot of predictive power, and it's valid as a theory. But it's just that as we learned from like paradigm shifts, like say with remember when it was Newtonian physics versus relativity, then versus quantum mechanics. We simply expand out of one understanding, not that we're throwing flat Earth away, or not that we're throwing away of Newton's physics on gravity or whatever. We're just simply expanding on it. So while evolution is still valid and still useful and still true, at the end of the day, we can expand further out of that framework. Like every theory, every good theory, anyways, will define its limits.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I mean, like it's like there's a common misconception that science is just only ever changing, but it's like it's a mixture of things that work and things that do not work. It's like
right.
we keep the things that work, but take the heliocentric model, for example. It's like we've kept that for centuries now because it just works. It's a good model, but
hmm
things that the more that we learn about the universe, the more that the model will change. It's not completely upended. It's we keep adding on to it. Like Galileo thought that the orbits of the planets were perfect circles, but when trying to do the math, it just doesn't work out. But it was more of it was ellipses, and it's like the the discovery of ellipses didn't invalidate heliocentrism. You know, it's like it just it keeps expanding upon what we do know, or what seems to be the most accurate representation of the universe.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Sophia wanted to talk about some personal experiences also. You know, because she has mystical experiences, just like Arlindo kind of broke down. I've had some myself, although I tend to be at war with myself, and that's kind of what prevents me from doing it. You know, you've got the right side of the brain and the left side of the brain, and you know, your left side of your brain is bullying the right side and saying, "Oh, how do you know that's not your imagination?" And it's always seeding doubt on you, and you sort of limit yourself to some experiences. Now, I've kind of learned some techniques to help me to overcome that problem, to actually feel these experiences out. Now, the easiest one is to do DMT, because it forces you into that brain, into that mind state. And so I've done DMT, and I've had that experience, that out of body, that sort of ineffable experience Arlindo was talking about. Sometimes I've had this, what they usually describe as the Kundalini experience, where in meditation you feel the energy move through your body, and it's really weird, man. And it really put me in a weird, and I couldn't explain it, man. I couldn't, no matter what. And I tried to get myself out of that state when it happened, because it scared the shit out of me. But actually, it forced me, just like kind of like DMT, and it did a lot of weird things. And while these experiences have been rare for me, I genuinely remember them wholeheartedly. You know, they were very impressionable, and very sort of profound, different than any other sort of regular mundane experience that you would have. Even from, like, you could say, well, I've had hallucinations. You know, in my younger years, I did, like, you know, certain drugs and certain things, like, you know, designer drugs and stuff when I lived in LA. And back then, you know, I've had these hallucinations, and I thought, wow, those are wild, weird, but that ain't nothing like when you actually do a psychedelic, or if you actually do a meditation that brings you into a Kundalini sort of state, or lucid dream, or something like that. Those sort of things are very profound and totally different from a hallucination that you may get from, you know, a designer drug, or you know, lack of oxygen type of situation. I've had that before. I almost drowned it once, and I know what that feels like too. And it's nothing like that. It's totally different for me, anyways.
So, I do have a question about consciousness being fundamental, where it's like, you know, becoming an atheist, and it's like I've come to terms with, you know, that after death, that's probably the end of me, as, you know, me, you know, as but so I'm just, but then I'm hearing these, you know, like, experiences of, like, that's not really going to be the end of the journey. And so I'm trying to figure out what is, because I know, like, with theism, they have their entire, you know, afterlife setup, but it's like, so what is it, what is after death like in a idealism metaphysics?
Great question. I'll go first really quick, just to get it out of the way, and I'll let Arlindo jump in. But for me, there is no self to begin with. For me, like, the way I understand self is through meditation. I can kind of figure out that this self thing is just sort of a story, and you can sort of disassociate even from yourself. And you can notice, if you're observant, you can notice that yourself always changes and always is lost.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that the self is illusionary,
illusory. You're right. And it's like, that's why free will and all that kind of stuff can be not exactly how you perceive it to be. But on the other hand, we're talking about experience, right? So there's like two ways you can look at it. I've never died, so I can't tell you. I can only tell you two things. I used to be part of the IONS research, which is the International Association of Near-Death Studies. I used to be part of that. and I used to interview, hundreds of different near-death experiencers, when I lived in California, and I've got their perspective. And so what you see from them is a story of losing yourself, but experience still existing in some higher, plane of existence. Like, and it's more real than real. There's certain commonalities to it. There's all this stuff. Now, there's another perspective. If you don't really resonate with that or believe it, and you never experienced that, so you're not sure about it, there's another way you can look at it that makes a lot of sense on idealism. And that's to understand what is experience. First of all, what is experience? Experience can never not experience, because that's what experience is. So when you think of death, you think of the end of experience. But end of experience is an incoherent sort of idea. Experience, even on a materialist, you can understand that experience is never ending. It may end as your selfhood, it may end as, Caleb, but it will continue on into something else, somewhere else. There's always going to be experience. And if you think, well, maybe for a time, but not, forever or whatever. Well, if you think about how reality works, you understand that if it can happen once, it can probably happen twice. And if it's happened twice, it can probably happen infinitely.
Well, I mean, even as someone who doesn't, embrace idealism, wholeheartedly, it's like, let's say my consciousness does, as I know it, at least as Caleb ends upon death, it's like, even I understand that it's like my body is going to decompose and my atoms are going to become part of different things. And, so it's like, in that way, I live on in some way.
Well, that's not you though. That's just, you're always switching out your atoms, all the time. I think, what is it? Every 5 years you shed your entire skin or whatever. Like you're never the same body ever. You're always changing, even mentally. Like you're not the same Caleb you were.
Yeah, that just brings up the whole ship of Theseus dilemma.
There you go. That's right. And that plays well with idealism, to say that the only thing there is experience. All these other things are just appearances and they're just concepts. But Sophia wanted to jump in about her own personal experience in relation to what we're talking about. So go ahead, Sophia.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm having all these issues today. Something's wrong with my network, and that's why I'm popping in and out. But hope I can get through this really quickly before I pop out again. Anyway, I had an experience with DMT. Okay, so it just so happened that I came across it. Like it just kind of fell in my lap. I went to a park and some people were doing it, and then here I was doing DMT. And it just so happened that it coincided with the exact time that my dad started his dying process, who was a couple of states away from me, who I hadn't contacted in years, right? And there was some unfinished, unresolved business between the two of us. Well, anyway, on one of the DMT trips, because I continued to do it for several days, for about a week, I continued to experiment with it. And then I had this one particular trip. And in this trip, it was like, I did like the heroic dose and I blasted off. And then the ego just completely dissolved. I was like, okay, who the hell is even Sophia? Like all of that stuff just vanished. All the things, big D, all the things that we identify with, they just completely dissolved, right? And I was just kind of like in the womb of the universe or something. And then I could see energetically my dad's energy or soul or whatever. And he was saying to me, you were right all along. And I want you to continue to live your life without guilt. You were right. And I realized that now. And he gave me his blessing or something, right? And so I was so amazed by that experience, and I felt like I made a soul connection or a mental connection with my dad. And I thought, well, maybe that's just something that's in me, right? That was made manifest when I did the DMT or whatever. But the next day, I received an email from my sister, who I also hadn't talked to in years. And I actually blocked her on my phone number and Facebook because we don't get along very well. But she still had my email, and she contacted me to tell me that my dad had passed away, and that he's been dying for like about a week. And that at first they thought he was going to be okay. And then his vitals just crashed. He died. And his last words were, me. So is that a coincidence? That's just personal proof for me, you know. And I'm not lying about it. I had a witness there with me who I explained my trip to, because I was doing it with someone else, and it was two of us there. So when I came off the trip, I told him, oh my God, let me tell you about this trip and what happened. So I actually have a witness that heard me explain my DMT experience. And so the way that it coincided with my dad's dying process, the fact that I came across it at the exact same day that he was rushed to the hospital and his vitals failed the first time. So that's just to give you an idea of, you know, how real this stuff actually is.
Yeah, I've had an experience like that too. My mother, when we were kids and we moved from Florida to Virginia, we were at a hotel, and her mother was really sick, my grandma. And all of a sudden, my mom wakes up in the middle of the night and she's like, oh my God, she's dead. She's gone. And my dad's like, no, she's not. She's just a little ill right now. Then 5 minutes later, we got a phone call from my auntie, man, saying she had died just a few minutes ago. And my mom was like, I knew she died. I knew it. And my mom always has these sort of things happen to her all the time. And it just lets you know there's something about consciousness that's just really weird.
Well, I call it the threshold of revelation. It's kind of like there's a thin line between life and death, you know, because they're not really separate. And that's what I'm trying to prove with my model. There is really no separation.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the thing I'm curious about, though, is like, so there's this, you know, there's these out of body experiences, and I know some people will say, well, after you're dead, that's sort of like what your new reality will be like. But to me, it's like if your sense of self dies, though, with your biological body, it's like, to me, well, that can't be right, because it's like, as far as I know, it's like before I was even conceived, you know, before my conception, it's like I had no recollection of anything. Like, so like,
well,
I can say something to that.
Well, you're confusing the ego with self-awareness. Consciousness still has self-awareness. Like when I have these experiences, I don't reflect on myself as Sophia, the woman that's in this body, but I still am. You know, I am still self-aware, but not of my body and my title and all of that. I'm just aware of being. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be right back.
I was going to say, Caleb, just because you don't remember something doesn't mean something didn't take place at that time. So for example, if you wake up in the morning and you don't remember dreaming, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have no dreams.
Right.
And I've had several people, even myself included. I wake up in the morning and I say to myself, I don't remember any dreams whatsoever. But as I go about my business throughout the day, something might happen which triggers the memory of something that took place in my sleep. So I start to remember conscious experiences in my sleep, you know, dream scenes. And the thing is, when it comes to dream recall, the more you write down, the more you tend to remember, because it's almost like you're saying to your subconscious mind, I want to remember. I want to pay attention to those experiences. And the more you do that, suddenly it just comes to you. like you wake up in the morning and you can recover, you can remember, you can recall several dreams. And so based on that, I think the concept of unconsciousness itself is very shaky. It's very precarious, because how can you know for sure that you were unconscious at a certain point? In fact, when someone faints, everyone, and they can be out for half an hour. For everyone else, they look at that person, they've collapsed on the floor, they're out, and they look unconscious for half an hour. From that person's perspective, they might just faint 1 minute and wake up the next, and it's a continuous stream. And this is the reason why someone like Sam Harris, of all people, the big great atheist, he actually made a video called "The Paradox of Death," because when it comes to consciousness, and you can only be conscious, you can only be consciousness itself, you can't be anything else. And if there are no gaps in your experience, right, you can get disjointed scenes. You can even dream of disjointed scenes that from one moment to the next, they don't make sense. But the stream of experience is continuous. There are no gaps. So when you extrapolate that to say death, if you have no experience, then you're not there to experience anything. But with death, I would say that we have to start paying attention to people who have been on the verge of death, and they come back and they report experiences, and often they report things that they couldn't possibly know at the time, ahead of everyone else whose brains are intact and they're operating on the patient, and they have no clue. Someone who's just had a cardiac arrest, they've been out, they've nearly died, they've had to be resuscitated, they come back, and all of a sudden they say, oh, my sister's died. This is a particular instance where some guy had a cardiac arrest. He was out for a few minutes. They were trying to revive him, and they succeeded. He came back, and he said, "Oh, I know my sister's died." And the doctor said, "What do you mean? She's here. She's in the best place. She's at this very same hospital on the other end. We can go and check if you'd like, right?" Because the guy says, "When I was out, I saw exactly what you guys did to me from the ceiling. And then I went to this other place where my sister was talking to me, and she seemed to have this universal knowledge. And she was saying, and it was a blissful realm. And she was saying to me, you're going back, but I'm staying here, and we will see each other again." It sounds religious, it sounds mystical, but it could be just the way reality is. So the man wakes up, and he says, "I know my sister's dead." When they go and check, they find that his sister, whether you deem that to be a coincidence or not, they find that his sister passed away 15 minutes before the guy had a cardiac arrest. You can't explain that under physicalism, but you can explain that under idealism.
Oh yeah, under idealism it works, yeah. But I would say this to Caleb's defense, like the problem is that there's a certain element about us that really has a hard time accepting these sort of experience, because they're not normal maybe to us, and so it gets a little suspicious. But after a while, though, I would say that these become data points, because if it's one person here, but if it's like millions of people around the world saying the same exact thing, it becomes data points.
But that's the thing. You have to look at the patterns of what people say, and you have to take their reports at face value and see if there's a pattern emerging there. Because nobody doubts a patient who goes to his GP and he starts saying, "Oh, I have a headache," or "I have a stomach ache," and the doctor will just take the patient's word for it and prescribe some medication. The doctor isn't going to doubt. And yet all the doctor's receiving at that moment in time, without even examining the patient, they're just getting anecdotal evidence. So at some point we have to rely on those reports. We have to take those experiences at face value, and we have to try and see if it's saying something. It might not say something definitively about reality, but if it's saying something about some form of monistic idealism being true. It's giving us an indication of what reality might be like. And it might sound religious, it might sound mystical because of the stories we have been telling ourselves for donkey's years, because we like to story tell. But it might just be the way nature is. It might just be the nature of reality. It's just, if consciousness is fundamental, it's just the way it is. It's a fundamental. And if that's where all reality stems from, then we just have to accept it. And dying could be the ultimate illusion. The Neoplatonists say that on a certain level of reality, if you go to the realm of Platonic forms or beyond that, where all the paradoxes dissolve, well, when you die, you could become aware of the very first paradox. You could realize, oh my God, I'm dead. I can see my loved ones and everyone, grieving, and I feel more alive, and I can feel the feelings of those people down there, and they seem to feel more dead inside than I do, and I'm the one who's dead, and yet I feel more alive than ever. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? It's at some point we have to realize that when we derive these apparent physicalist explanations, we're seeing through a very narrow lens, and it's predicated on a political lie, basically, because that's how materialism started. It was based on a political lie that was told when at the initial stages of the scientific revolution, when people founded the document that founded the Enlightenment, the age of reason, and the bourgeoisie needed to have more influence over everyone else than the church, because the church, unfortunately, they were very aggressive. They were practically telling people how to feel, and the church controlled people by saying, if you don't do as we tell you, there is an afterlife and you're going to burn in hell. And in order for someone who's trying to get more influence than the church, someone who promotes science, and they can see that mechanics works, because science is in the business of telling you how nature behaves, they thought, right, why don't we say that mind is some kind of illusion, that mind is somehow created by mechanisms, and there's only matter, and there's no mind and no spirit, and that way we undermine the influence of the church, we undermine religion. And as wrong as religion is, they might have got one thing right, which is mind exists. And in the physical, physicalists are always saying, maybe you're just a romantic. Maybe you're into idealism because you're just a romantic, because you want to live forever. Well, at the same time, actually, when they came up with materialism, it felt like freedom to a lot of people, because it meant, well, I'm not going to burn in hell. I'm not condemned. I've sinned in my life. Well, if materialism is true, then there is no afterlife, and I won't be there. There won't be a me to suffer. I am free of everything. You can flip it both ways, really.
And
but
it sounds more rational. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah. I've been trying to get some words in.
Go ahead, Caleb.
All right. So, I get it. I'm following what you're saying. It's this, like, that to me, though, it's like, so there seems, and I get that, fundamental consciousness, you don't need memory in order, for it to be conscious. But, like, I feel like that brings in a new problem, though, of if the only way to have memory, at least seems to be, to have some sort of complexity added to the consciousness, and once you die, you lose that complexity. Well, then it seems like, well, then your conscious state is unable to retain any sort of memory.
I wouldn't say you lose it.
Well,
I wouldn't say you lose it. Even Bernardo Castro. Sorry to cut you off there, right? But just to tell you briefly, right? Even someone like Bernardo Castro, who would say that metacognition only exists in human beings, or in the complex minds of, you know, of beings like us. But everywhere else, nature is not metacognitive. It's only a very primordial form of awareness. Even someone like Bernardo Castro would say that at death, all the information that you've accumulated throughout your life, right, doesn't get lost. You might lose your body, but all the mental stuff, all those mental states are recorded in the ether, as it were. You know, it's recorded in mind. It doesn't get lost. It might be dispersed and not focused in the body of a human being.
Do you want
but
scientific
it
evidence
doesn't get
of that,
lost.
Caleb?
Well, I mean, you know,
Would
scientific evidence would be great, but
Okay.
all I'm getting at though is that, like, but you know, let's say all this is true. I'm just, you know, let's say the argument. You know, I'm not going to push back on it. I'm just going to say that, like, if that's true though, like, if you, because I agree that the sense of self is illusionary. It's like, that's not real. Like, you know, we're all made up of the same stuff. So it's like, you know, but it's like, but at the end of the day, like, if that's all dispersed and everything, like, then to me it becomes what happens after death, or whatever you could be, what, you know, your essence is before birth. It's like that all just seems incomprehensible to me. Like,
I think the self is an illusion. But when we're talking about self, we're talking about a human self, a human ego, the fiction of Arlindo, the fiction of Caleb. That doesn't necessarily gets lost, but you stop identifying it. In my theoretical way of seeing things, it doesn't get completely lost. But say at death,
Can I give a good analogy to Caleb that might help? Okay, just think of your ancestors, like your grandma, your mom. You know, there are traits passed down, right?
Yeah.
And then you might find out, oh, well, my family tree is prone to diabetes or whatever. And so that information didn't get lost. And now you can take that information and you can take it into consideration. You see what I'm saying? So the information is not lost. And consciousness can now use it to manifest differently, so to speak.
And here's an example. Here's an example I wanted to give. And I actually posted the link in the live chat. I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named Michael Levin, Caleb, but he's got a an experiment, and it's documented, it's been repeated, it's verified, and it's not just him that ran the experiments. There's all sorts of teams around the world that ran this experiment. But basically, you know, you couldn't just, you know, humans don't grow their heads back, right?
Yeah.
So you can never really verify if memories are out there in the ether or not. But what Michael Levin did do is he used flatworms. You know, these are a kind of animal that does grow his head back. So planarium, right. And so what he did with them is he trained these animals certain you know, memory sort of exercises so that they know where to go for food or where to go for whatever. It entailed a lot of different rigorous things, you know, to verify that these things actually learn some new behavior out of their normal, you know, instincts, if you will. So what happened is, after they learned all this stuff, he cuts their heads off, they grow their head back. And you got to understand the planar with these flatworms, the nervous system, the brains are all in the head, right? And when you cut them off and they regrow them, they're brand new, clean slate. Well, guess what? They still remembered all the stuff that they were taught before their heads were cut off. So if it can happen once, that's enough to refute the fact that you know, memories reside in the brain or whatever. So all you need is one example, and that's the one example that we have, I know for sure. But then there's another example, which is really crazy. Is there's this thing called, you know, the study of epigenetics. And what happens with epigenetics is they had these, well, first of all, it all started when these World War II children of Holocaust survivors, right? These children of Holocaust survivors seem to have remembered memories of trauma. And it was all related to some of the abuse that their grandparents suffered during the Holocaust. And they're wondering, well, how can this happen? This must be subconscious. Maybe they learned these stories from their grandparents. They learned it. So this finally somebody wanted to test the theory out. So they did a test with mice. So what, because, you know, mice don't live as long as people. They can study over generations. So what they did is they taught the mice where to go within their cage to get water. Now, one spigot, they would get a little light shock, and it would shock them. And so they learned to go to the other spigot for water.
Mhm.
So not only did their children know where to go, so did their great-grandchildren knew where to go to get the water because they were afraid of the other spigot.
Mhm.
So the question is, if memory resides in the brain, then how the hell did these things remember things that their brains had no association with before? And so it just opens up the refutation of that, and it lets you know that memories may actually reside somewhere else. Now, I think Michael Levin talks about bioelectricity.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And he
they've actually
yeah.
manipulated bioelectric fields around these creatures, and
Yes.
sometimes instead of regrowing the same shape of the head that they had before, when they manipulated the electric fields around them, sometimes they grew heads that seemed to belong to members of other species. So it's almost like by manipulating the electric field, they ended up with something else which was closely related but wasn't quite the same species. Basically, it wasn't quite the same head that was supposed to fit with that body. And yeah, that also calls into question any preconceptions people may have of reincarnation. You know, if it happens in tiny animals like that, and they surely have their own minds, they're, you know, dissociations of the mind at large, as Castrop Aldous Huxley would put it, then you can also, you know, theoretically have the same phenomenon happen in, you know, in human beings. We
And in
don't, we can't
Hindu,
regrow our heads, but we
Mhm.
can regrow, we can produce other human beings, and these human beings sometimes seem to remember having been someone else that preceded their birth. So it calls into question, well, maybe there isn't, you know, as we've said, we've covered this, there is no self, maybe it's all one mind. After
Mhm.
all, it's all one consciousness, it's one phenomenon seen from different perspectives. And
Correct.
you know, it it's it's hard to conceptualize, but then we when we look at dreams, for example, in dreams sometimes we believe to be different people, sometimes we even have false memories in dreams. We've created a world for ourselves within our personal minds, and our minds, our monkey minds, are always restless, always, and it has that creative principle like the rest of nature. Nature is always creating things as well. And this is why mystics say, try and see past the noise of your own creation, and you might get insights into the mind at large, you know, and you get access to altered states of consciousness. But when you look at dreams, you see that your dream avatar, when you're in your dream avatar, you're someone else. You've got different memories. You can identify with being someone else until you wake up. And although you're not that dream avatar anymore, in your narrowed perspective as a human being, you still remember how you were in the dream. If you remember the dream very well, you still remember how you felt. So from that, you can see that from, you know, using that analogy, nothing gets lost. If you can recall that information, the oniric information, then nothing gets lost. It can be accessed. And the same thing would be, we can extrapolate that to death states. You know, maybe when we die, we could realize the wider reality. We wake up to a wider reality. We could say to ourselves, oh, so this is whom I've been all along. And you can look back and you realize that you weren't just your human tiny self. That was just one version, one narrowed perspective. You are actually the totality. You're actually pure consciousness. You're the source, you're the one, and everyone else is within that one. This is why I describe myself as a monistic idealist. It's just one mind, it's just one consciousness. I mean, that's how I see things, and I don't think information gets completely lost. So in a way, it's like your mind hasn't been in vain, you know. It's not like you live your life, you die, and everything, you know, all that
Well,
information gets lost.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's all in vain. It's just, you know, because I mean, to me, it's like the whole, at least, you know, the atheistic perspective is like, you have this one life. Well, then it makes that life all the more precious. It's like you got to try to accomplish as much as possible with the time that you've been allotted by the cosmos. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would even add to that not every idealist necessarily believes in an afterlife or even wants to believe in an afterlife. I think Bernardo Kastrup, which is one of the loudest idealists, analytic idealists out today, says that he really hopes that there is no afterlife. The whole point of, you know, the one thing that physicalism gave him was the reassurance that once he died, all his problems were over, and that he didn't have to worry about you know, the problems that are entailed in this life, or, you know, because he's like, well, if this life sucks, and I've lived a pretty good life, but it's been a roller coaster ride, you know. For him, he suffers from tinnitus and different anxieties, he says, and, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, he's like, and there's no telling, I have no idea what the next life would be like, theoretically. Why would I?
Yeah.
That's a fear, you know. Why would I want to risk it, knowing that whether it's an ethereal life or a life on Earth, how do I know what it's about? It could be a hell for anybody.
It feels what comes next as an idealist, because now there's no freedom like the freedom he experienced as a materialist. You know, that's it. There's no more experience. You're free. Now you can't have that in idealism, and I have a hard time understanding idealists who definitely don't believe in an afterlife, because you can't escape it. If experience, if consciousness is fundamental and is all there is the ultimate reality, you are the eternal witness, whether you like it or not. And you might not like it from a human perspective, but you might be okay with it when you're free of this human perspective. If consciousness is the bedrock of reality, it transcends both time and space. And if it transcends time, you don't experience eternity as you imagine eternity would be like as a human being. You transcend time and you are absolutely free. And, you know, you don't necessarily experience the overwhelming infinity that a human being would if a human being could live for that long. Because all of a sudden time isn't linear. It's almost like time ceases to exist if consciousness wants to be in that state, because after all, time is only an appearance. And this is another pattern I've detected with near-death experiences. They often say there was no time, or I experienced time differently. There's some kind of time distortion or some other concept of time, or sometimes it's a timeless realm where they say things happen all at once, and then we have to put it in linear form once we wake up in our, you know, human brains. It's I think it's very hard to conceptualize, and it's one of those things that you have to experience it for yourself in order to understand it. Because if you just listen to someone describe these experiences, even like myself, when I describe my experience of pure consciousness at the beginning, I don't think I quite captured that experience using just words. I can't. I can only use pointers to what I felt. But the best thing I can do for everyone else is to say, see it for yourself. It's a bit like Morpheus. What Morpheus says to Neo, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it. You have to experience it for yourself. Direct, raw experience. That's it. It's almost like, you know, you have the fake self, who you believe yourself to be in this life, the fiction, Arlindo fiction. but you clearly can tell that that's only a fiction when, say, you're watching a film like The Matrix and you're really engrossed in the film and you forget yourself. You forget yourself. You're just awareness watching the film. You identify with the film. You absorb the film. You become that. You enjoy that, and you completely forget yourself. Yet experience remains. Experience, consciousness is your true self. Prior to any fiction, prior to any ego fiction. And once you've finished watching the film, then you're back to being you. And I always say this: if you imagine leaving the cinema and then across the road someone stares at you, you know, this stranger glares at you and starts saying, what, come on, come on. All of a sudden, that sense of self, the ego, increases. It rises up, and there's a good reason for that, because you're in survival mode. You're trying to preserve your human self. All of a sudden, whether you're conscious or unconscious of it, in your mind, the conception of you as a citizen, you as a member of family, as someone's loved one that needs to survive, becomes augmented. And then you start to worry about that ego fiction that you suddenly identify with strongly. And if you're facing a stranger who's confronting you, you have to worry. You have to think, oh, am I going to survive if I fight this guy? Is he good? You know, am I going to kill him? Am I going to go to prison? Am I going to die? You have all sorts of worries. But who you truly are, the true self, consciousness, transcends all of that, regardless of what happens to you or anyone else as a human being. Once that's done, whether you die in a fight or what have you, once you're free of that, you realize, well, I was more than that all along. It's almost like in meditation, you see thoughts arise and they fall away, but you can very quickly get lost. You can get lost in thoughts. You can follow those thoughts and identify with those thoughts. You can lose yourself like in a dream. But if you wake up from that dream,
Right,
and you try to remain focused, you realize those thoughts are not you. They're just what your mind is doing. They're just doings. And in nature, it's the same thing. A human being is only a doing of nature. This is why Kastrup uses the analogy of the footprint and the walking. You know, when someone dies, the dead body is still there, right, doing its own thing, but there's no life. So the body is like an echo. It's like a footprint, and it disappears over time. But the walking remains. The walking has gone somewhere else. You have moved on. You have transcended all that. And materialists tend to mistake the footprint for the walking, unfortunately, because they are under this impression that they operate in this paradigm where matter has to be primary, where strong emergence has to be true somehow, and then they have to believe in magic.
And that's like
Go ahead, Sophia.
That's like saying the ego. That's like saying the ego experience is fundamental, but it really isn't. And I can only tell you from my own personal experience that when I was what I call on the threshold of revelation, I didn't worry about that experience anymore. It just left out of my field of consciousness. That wasn't something that I was missing. It wasn't something that I still wanted to be a part of. And like Arlindo said earlier, it actually felt better. That it's totality. You feel whole. You feel that oneness. You feel you just feel pure consciousness, which are all the higher frequencies of love and compassion and all that good stuff that we seek here in this egoic experience. That's why we have relationships, and we want to experience, that loving interaction. We want to feel whole. That's what we're constantly looking for, is wholeness. And so my model kind of shows how consciousness modulates frequency to create an experience, and within that experience, we're creating meaning. And the more meaning we create through that experience, the more deeper and better the experience becomes. So in other words, what I had an epiphany of when I was on DMT was that we actually have the power collectively to shape the world the way we want it to be. And we could literally create, like, a heaven on earth without all the bad things that we perceive. But that just comes from a space of, I compare it to a baby. A baby only has a certain level of awareness, and that baby is still you when you're older, but you have learned from your mistakes and now you're making better decisions. And that's the same thing that the mind at large, so to speak, is doing. You see what I'm saying, Caleb?
I am. I guess I'm taking a more cautious approach to it, because it's like I can, I get the whole where, what Scott was saying earlier with epigenetics, and where it's like there seems to be, from my understanding, it's like our DNA can somehow like store memories. It's like it's very interesting, information to read, but it's like, and I can get like, it's like, so there's like genetic information that can be passed down from. Well,
this is even better, because when we talk about epigenetics means above the genes. So what Michael Levin is actually proposing is that there's no real observable physical mechanism by which memories are stored. So the only thing he can really come up with is the bioelectricity pattern. Yeah. So it's more of a pattern, which is not necessarily a physical thing. It's more like a relation. And, you get into the philosophy of mind again, or the philosophy of Platonism and idealism, actually, where you talk about patterns being more fundamental than the material, and then consciousness being fundamental to the pattern. And, we get into that whole breakdown. And so that sort of is consistent with that idea. So if it helps you understand a little better, the position is that there's some sort of pattern in nature that's not necessarily understood, maybe on a mechanistic sort of terminology. Maybe
it has to be beyond bodies, because if you buy into this notion that memories are somehow stored at the level of DNA, then you get into very murky grounds, because you have to almost believe that some type of Lamarckism is true. You have to almost believe that somehow the cutting off of a limb, the information gets stored in the DNA, and then it gets passed on, and then the next generation will be born with a missing limb. Do you see what I'm saying? So just from that premise alone, you can't derive memories from at the level of DNA, because
I'm not sure how that would be the end result of, like, so let's say you're like with the whole mice thing, like, it's like the whole thing is that, like, it's not that, if you cut off the limb that, the information is lost. It's just, because it's like I'm trying to think the gene, like, it's the majority of it isn't the DNA itself. It's the on and off switches of
epigenetic markers.
Yeah, the markers. And so it's like
right. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about genetics as opposed to epigenetics, but even then, it's almost like what happens to you throughout your life. You absorb all this information. Mm-hmm. That information doesn't necessarily get passed on to your offspring and then to subsequent generations, right? Mm-hmm. So, and the thing is, you can lose memory. You can lose memory through brain damage, but your genetic material is still preserved. So if it was at the epigenetic level, you could have brain damage and not remember things, but you could rely on the epigenetics to remind you of the memories that you had apparently lost, but never really lost.
Yeah.
Because do you see what I'm saying? At some point, it's like you can only come up with so many hypotheses to try and explain memory, and all of those hypotheses just seem to fail if you insist upon this notion that memories are somehow stored in the body. If it's not in the brain, it has to be somewhere else. It has to be at the DNA level, which is spread throughout the body. And then you fail to, and that hypothesis fails when you're confronted with Mike Levin's experiments, for example, with planaria. You know, it just doesn't make sense, and especially his observations and the interpretations of those observations that he derives are further strengthened. I know he identifies himself as a panpsychist, but there are many forms of panpsychism, and you know, even Federico Fagin identifies himself as a panpsychist, but it's not the same as constitutive panpsychism. His panpsychism is practically idealism.
Right,
but
right.
anyway, when you look at Levin and Levin's work, you can see, even when he manipulates the bioelectric fields, you can see that there's a lot of information in those fields that dictate what shape the body is going to take, or how the body is going to grow, right? And at some point, materialists are going to have to make this distinction between growth and assembly, right? Because assemblage isn't the same as growth. In nature, living beings, they grow from, you know, from the level of a zygote into complex things. And the zygote, all it knows, its own simple form, its unicellular form. So it knows that, and it replicates that. And through replication, and it contains all the information that the rest of the body has. So it's a type of holarchy, and it grows, right? But from the beginning, from the start, you are just one subject. Who you remember yourself to be as a child, you might remember yourself to be very different as a child, but even though your mind has changed considerably, you are still you. You are still that unit of awareness. You remember how you felt as a 5-year-old, you know, on a particular day.
The continuity.
Think, well, that's not me anymore, because I would behave differently as an adult. Of course, you have gathered so much more information, and you know so much more about the world. However, your true self, the core of your being, is the same consciousness that you were when you were a child, when you were a baby, and even before you were a baby. You know, because in idealism, you exist prior to your birth. And that ties in with Penrose's observations that he reckons consciousness is at the quantum level. Like Federico Fagin would say, consciousness has all the properties of a quantum state. It's private, right? No matter how many symbols you use to try and describe that state, you can't describe it to another conscious observer. They have to experience it for themselves. So it's private. It has all the properties of a quantum state. An experience, qualia itself, has all the properties of an original private state. Non-replicable, non-clonable, because he uses two theorems, the no cloning theorem and Holevo's theorem. And I can't remember exactly what Holevo's theorem entails, but it's something to do with consciousness being private and being primary, and it gives rise to every other state. And hence why, when it comes to AI, you can replicate robots, because you're not growing robots out of robots, you're assembling the robots. So in his view, robots would be more akin to dreamed objects as opposed to dreamers. Do you see what I'm saying? Because in idealism, you're not saying that every bit of matter is conscious. It's not panpsychism. You are saying that the entire world is a representation. It's a mental construct in consciousness. That's it. So objects, even your own body, doesn't necessarily represent another awareness. You know, it represents a doing in mind, So it's like a dream. Everything that we see is representational. It's phenomenal. We're just looking at symbols on a desktop, and that's what Donald Hoffman says. Everything that you see is a symbol on a desktop, but you are not seeing. The symbols can't tell you the underlying mechanics. It can't tell you the electronics, the everything that goes behind the computer, everything that goes behind the desktop. We are just seeing a partial representation of what mind at large is doing, basically. I mean, that's how I would put it anyway.
Like the point I was trying to get across, though, is that to me it's like, and it's my more cautious approach is like, so we see these things of memories being passed down on the on the smaller scale, with genes and and epigenetics, and to me it's like, all right, so to me though that doesn't, I'm not seeing the extrapolation where we can go from there to, well, then the information must remain as intact as it is after death. Like, I'm not seeing the connection there.
Well, if
because like to me it's like if I can just finish
Yep.
my thought, it's like,
Yeah,
to me
go-
it's like,
go for
if, because it's like, I understand that as far as science can tell us, is that information can't be destroyed. One of the, although there is the mystery of black holes, and the question is, does a black hole destroy information? But aside from that, it's like, to me it's like, even though it's not destroyed, as far as we can tell, though, due to entropy's arrow of time, it's like it does seem to become lost, or like it takes on a whole different, trying to think of the word, it takes on a whole different way of being, or I guess like it, like, to me it's not self-evident to me that the information will just remain intact as is upon death.
I would refer back to Max Tegmark's Our Mathematical Universe, and even though, as far as I know, Max Tegmark identifies himself as a physicalist, he had a real problem with conceptualizing reality as solid bits of matter. To him, it's all mathematics. So, and he had this, he made this observation in a book, actually, that what we are experiencing in 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions, including the dimension of time, as human beings, is the arrow of time, the passage of time from past to the future, right? But he imagines that we only exist in 4 dimensions, but imagines other dimensions like a 5th and a 6th dimension. And he imagines, and he brings up the concept of Hilbert space, multiple dimensions, right? Where things can exist that you can't even fathom, or it's very hard to fathom unless you have the mind of a theoretical physicist. It's very hard to fathom this, but for the common person. But if you imagine yourself as stepping outside of 4 dimensions, if you go to the 5th dimension, say, you might see the entire universe as a single quantum wave, and this single quantum wave is a set structure, right? So you've stepped outside of the linear time, as it were, that you can experience within that structure, within the structure of 4D, right? But if you step outside the 4-dimensional structure from the 5th dimension and you observe what you've just left, you will see that it's a static structure, and you can see every single event as frames of space that took place since the Big Bang on one end, which is like the edge of a tail, say you're looking at this 4D animal and it's a set structure. So you see the one end of that structure as the tail, It's the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang. And then you see the other end, which is the cold death of the universe, say, or however this universe is going to come to an end. But from the perspective, from that vantage point, that 5D vantage point, everything, there's no passage of time. You just see everything as a static structure, and you can see everything else.
Yeah,
So
remember we were talking about block universe theory, Caleb?
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of tying that in. That's kind of what Arlindo's talking about. Like,
yeah,
you know, there's a perspective where everything just exists,
yeah,
right? And it's like a higher perspective from another dimension. If you were to look at our dimensional or 4-dimensional, including time, you would see that everything sort of exists as a block, like a block
so
universe.
it doesn't go away. Yeah, you
Right,
don't
and
lose the
right.
information. From that
Right,
vantage point,
everything's
you see
there.
that it's
Yeah.
always there. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, that when we die, our information dies with us. To me, that's, you know, that's just not true. It's just, to me, it's not apparent that that information will remain the same in the same way that it was when I was alive. Like, to me, it's there's, I can't find any like extrapolation that you know, that we know of that would be like, well, you know, you're the, you know, you will somehow be more free, or I'm trying to like.
Oh, you mean like to tie it into the stories you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it. I'll be quite honest with you. I'll be very honest with you. It causes me questions too, because I'm trying to tie everything together. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. At least we have some sort of logical pathway to that reality, if it actually was true. But I hear what Caleb's saying, because if we are to look at things from that vantage point we just described, then it kind of does leave that perspective questionable. But the only undeniable thing that we have to go on, though, is undeniable, is we get these stories. Now, they are near death, and we can say that these people technically died or were near death or went through a trauma, and they have these blissful sort of experiences, and that is undeniable. And believe me, I've interviewed all these people, and there are commonalities. Like, of all the things they keep talking about, blissful, there is no punishment, there is no judgment, there is no sort of religious story to it. It's just sort of apparent at that moment of death. Like, it's just, oh, okay, oh, I get it, oh, it's natural, okay, got it. Like, that's the impression they get. Like, now I get it. Like, it's not like how we're thinking about it. Like, it says, ooh, it's very woo woo or whatever. For them, everybody I talked to was like, it was like an aha moment. It was like, now I get it. Okay, it wasn't that way. It's actually this way, which is still fascinating. But it's just such a it's such a different, you know, sort of experience from your everyday living.
Yeah.
You know, in the human form.
And I mean, I would assume that would be the case, because it's like you're not dead, but you know, if we did not intercede, it's like your brain would go on to die, and then you would be dead. But it's like there's this, I guess you could say, murky part of between life and death, of where your consciousness is going to experience something.
Right. See, if I were to, let's say I didn't know anything about near-death experiences, and these stories I never heard these stories, right? And I wasn't familiar with them. What I would conclude is probably what happens is you just die, and your energy, you know, your conscious if it's a frequency, if it's an energy, it just changes form into the greater mind, and it becomes, again, an unconscious sort of, like, you know how I would say it's kind of like a lake. You know how you've got a lake, right? And then on the lake, you've got little ripples that appear, right? Well, that's our conscious experience. They're like little excitations in the field, or in using quantum mechanic terms, or it's the little ripples in the lake. But once those ripples go, it isn't like you can scoop the ripple up and take it somewhere. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't work that way. For me, I see it like it's all just kind of the same thing. It's just water. It's just the lake, what we call the lake, the greater water. And so from that perspective, what I would expect is we just go back to the water, which is this unconscious, not unconscious, but this just field, rather, like I'm saying, this field of intelligence or field of probability distribution. You just go back to the probability field, and then you become conscious again once subjectivity continues in another form. It's just always changing forms, but because all of this stuff exists within that field. You know what I'm saying? So there's no real me separating from my body and becoming a soul that lives in heaven or lives in this little blissful paradise or anything like that. That's sort of like a dualistic sort of soul religious story. So if I wasn't familiar with these near-death experiences, I would probably just conclude that way. But these near-death experiences, though, they just put a rock in my shoe. It's like, damn, now how do I explain that? It's like, okay, well, I can't really say that they're all lying because we're talking about billions of people over time and, history.
Especially when people like Jeffrey Long and Dr. Bruce Grayson, they've amassed so many examples of peak Indarian experiences where people who are nearly dead, the theory goes that they catch a glimpse of the afterlife. They're not completely dead, but they catch a glimpse of the afterlife. Mm-hmm. And then they become privy to information that they couldn't possibly know at the time. And they become aware that someone has passed away very recently, just minutes or hours prior to them nearly dying. And nobody else is aware of that at the time, and I remember one of the NDEs that I think Dr. Bruce Grayson talks about in his book After is a guy in South Africa, and he was dying of pneumonia, but he was being looked after by this nurse, and then she had to go away for the weekend. She went away, and then he suddenly had a cardiac arrest, and he had this experience where he saw his grandparents in this rural landscape, and he said it was beautiful, vivid colors, foliage he had never seen before. It was like heaven practically. And he saw his grandparents and spoke to his grandparents, and they said, "We're okay, everything's okay, we'll see each other again," and he felt all that love, all that bliss. And then he saw the nurse in his experience, and he couldn't understand it. It's like, what are you doing here? And the nurse said, "Well, this is where I live now. It's where I am. And by the way, tell my parents I'm very sorry that I crashed." And she gave in the NDE,
yes, I heard that story,
of the vehicle, the color of the vehicle. It was a red, I can't remember. It was given to her by her parents as a present.
Right.
And as it turns out, she had crashed and she died while the guy was having the NDE. Yep. And he saw her in his NDE, right. And she said, "Tell my parents I'm sorry, but this is where I am now." So he woke up and he told the nurse who was looking after him, the substitute nurse, and she burst out crying, and she left the room
because it was her. Yeah, that's right. And it's not only those experiences we hear, but it's like the ones I had, or the ones Sophia has, the one Arlindo just told us. Those also contribute to my confusion, because it's like, honestly, Caleb, I'll just be quite honest with you. I'm like you. That doesn't really make sense even on idealism in the way that I see it. Only because I'm not looking at the consciousness in that way. I'm looking at it as sort of just a reflexive just a reflexive, natural field of awareness that causes subjectivity. It's like an aspect of the quantum field. It's just one aspect of it So I'm not really looking at it in that way. But that's only because, in a way, I'm sort of laden with the baggage of physicalism in a way, maybe I'm also sort of carrying that paradigm into it. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things about reality. It's kind of like, I think, Caleb, you said last week that reality is under no obligation to make sense to us. And so maybe that's what I'm experiencing. I don't know.
I would say, right, in my idealist theory, right, and the one that makes the most sense to me when I listen to these accounts, NDEs, and I also had some kind of NDE. Some people say it's an NDE. I would say, well, I don't think I was nearly dead. I think it was some guy said it was probably vasovagal syncope, because my brain was deprived of oxygen and I was dehydrated and stuff like that. So, but I had my experience, which was practically like an apparent out of body experience, right? But my way of looking at the NDE, I would definitely distinguish it from just a hallucination for the following reasons, right? First, it seems like people on the verge of death, their perceptual barriers seem to fall away. So it's almost like if someone's died miles away from where they're having their experience, they know about it because consciousness transcends both space and time. So there's no gaps. It's just pure consciousness. So you get immediate access to what's happening to someone miles away, whereas the brains of the doctors looking after you, they're healthy brains, they're restricted brains, they're operating under the default mode, the usual mode. So they're very restricted, very localized and focused on what's happening on the operating table. So they're not going to be aware of what's happening miles away. To the person who is having the NDE, they're very close to dying, and already some of those egoic barriers have fallen away. So they're almost merging with the mind at large, and they become privy to all that information. And then when they wake up, they retain some of that information, and some of that information just happens to be about things that nobody was aware of at the time, and they sound like clairvoyants.
Yeah.
So
now Logan asked the question. I wanted to get to that too. He says, and this is a real good question. He says, if minds are can alter reality. So that's the one thing I'm wondering about. Okay. If minds can alter reality, and 99.9999% of persons are against child suffering unnecessarily, then why does it continue to occur? So it seems like there's some sort of from what he's saying, there's some sort of assumption baked into his understanding of idealism. I would say that no one really says that. In fact, there is an external world we have no control of. Like when we die, like Kastrup says, when all the humans disappear off the earth, Jupiter will still exist, or he's talking about
personal minds. He's talking about personal, restricted minds, and there's only so much a personal mind can do. There's a very limited reach. You can't expect even a group of personal minds to control the rest of reality. That's not how it works. Those personal minds are constricted within mind at large, and mind at large does its own thing. It's his own creation, and mind at large isn't human. Mind at large is everything. So when you're talking about personal minds shaping reality, well, they can exert some influence on the rest of the world by, say, like Martin Luther King spreading a message of love and unity to millions of people, and that has a ripple effect. That's a way of affecting reality out there, the external reality beyond our dissociative barrier. There are so many ways in which a personal mind or a group of minds can exert influence on the rest of reality, but you can't expect sudden changes to reality to just happen as though by magic. It's not like a personal dream. In your personal dream, you can feel like a god, You know, I've had
Right, right, right.
experiences as a lucid dreamer where I've, through the power of my mind alone, I've altered the fabric of the dream world, right? That doesn't happen in reality, in the waking world, because I am operating under a larger mind, and I'm only a constricted egoic mind, and I have to operate under those rules. And if suffering happens, right, it's the whole problem of evil again. If suffering happens, it's because it can, and because, you know, there's in Hermetica, there's the principles of polarity. You know, it's like you can only know for example, you can only know light if there's dark, and vice versa. What one state complements the other, you know,
The other, and you got to have it.
Yeah. So you
And
will,
that, yeah.
you will immediately, it's almost like someone saying to you, don't think of elephants. Immediately you're going to think of an elephant, so that you know what not to think about. It's inevitable. You're dealing with two sides of the same coin, light and dark. It's a spectrum, but it's the same coin. And
Coin, right. And they complement each other.
Exists. Yeah. So
Right.
evil exists because it gives rise to good, and evil. There are many things that we're not going to be happy about as egoic minds, because it goes against our nature of, you know, it goes against our wishes of how we would like reality to be.
And see, that's why I compare the greater mind to something impersonal, because because remember, under theism you have the problem of evil, and the problem of evil has not been solved, because if God is all good, all knowing, all powerful, and all, you know, not knowing, then why does evil and all of this stuff exist? Well, if he's impersonal, then that whole problem dissolves. Sophia's connection just got better. She wanted to answer Joel's question.
Could I just say, Scott? You will be aware of. Sorry, you'll be aware of NDEs, and in a lot of NDEs,
they volunteer to come here. Yeah, I know what you're going to say. Yep.
Say their spirit guides. They often tend to say the person is judging how they behaved in their lives, right? They're having a review, and they will judge themselves harshly. But those things will normally reassure them and comfort them and say everything's okay, everything is fine. It's almost like those beings are already coming from the perspective of a non-judgmental mind. Everything happens in mind, because, you know, if God, let's say God, right? Let's say the totality of existence, primordial source consciousness is God, and that's what we are at the core. Light is inside us and is all around us. Let's say panentheism is true. If God allows things to happen, all manner of things to happen in his mind, that's not his fault. Just in the same token, just because someone has nightmares or has very dark thoughts, it doesn't necessarily make that person evil. So you kind of have the beginning of a theodicy there, a kind of solution to the problem of evil. God's mind, from our perspective, is infinite. So he's going to know everything. If he's supposed to be omniscient, and consciousness has the potential to know everything, that's its job. It knows.
Yeah. And a stronger point, an even stronger point to that, is that if you look at NDEs, like you're referring to that, everybody I ever interviewed said that they remembered when they were, before they were born, they remembered it. Upon their death, they remember now when they lived before this particular life. And one of the things they all say is, we knowingly volunteered to come here to suffer. So that also dissolves the hard problem of evil. But go ahead, Sophia, please.
Yeah, sorry, Sophia.
And you're muted.
Oh shit! Sorry, I've been keeping myself muted because I have crazy kids, crazy dogs, crazy electrical issues, crazy internet issues, because I'm a crazy person. Anyway,
we love you for it. We love you for it.
Oh,
we love you.
I love y'all too.
Right.
But I'm trying to read what Joel said. So he said, so the brain and body has some kind of restricting effect on the subject. And I would say yes. In my model, where consciousness is the modulator of frequency and the source of energy, the brain can be seen as a kind of a filter that causes us to have a limited experience. So the output of the frequency can be different at different levels. Does that answer your question, Joel? And that actually goes in line with I don't know how to say his name, but Aldous Huxley. Y'all probably know him.
Aldous
He
Huxley,
has
yeah.
the
I did mention him
yeah,
at the beginning. Yeah. He had the concept
right,
of the reducing valve. Yeah, he actually came
right,
up with the term "mind at large." It wasn't Kastrup; it was Aldous Huxley,
right. So
who's the nephew of Thomas Huxley, the biologist. So we shouldn't confuse the two. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I'm still learning about all those people. That's why I'm glad you're here. You and Scott can definitely save the day with that one because I'm still learning all that stuff. I'm more of an intuitive type of person, and
That's good. Intuition is
it's like
good
I
for
know all these things, but I'm learning how to effectively describe these things. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joel Davis asks, is there an explanation for why that limiting effect is the case? So that's kind of like a scientific question.
Well, I
But
mean, I
science
could
generally doesn't.
philosophically answer that.
Yeah, I was about to say, because science really doesn't answer the why questions very well. They only answer the behavioral questions. They only tell you what things happen and the connections or the causes. But as to why it affects, go ahead, Sophia. What's your opinion on that?
Again, it has to do with the level of awareness. I mean, even though consciousness has the property of self-reflecting, just like you as an individual, you don't understand yourself fully. You may not even understand yourself ever. It just depends on how much introspection you do. You see what I'm saying? That's what ultimately determines how you're going to act and behave and what you're going to put forth. It has to do with self-reflection. The more you reflect, the more meaning you create. And we experience that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And Joel asks a better question. He says, okay, how is it happening? Now we're getting to a better question, and I'll take a stab at this one. I would say just pick up any neuroscience journal on the brain, and you'll see exactly how that story lays out, because they'll tell you that story of how the brain sort of was adapted to evolve and adapt to its environment rather than know truth or know ultimate reality, period. So we are constrained by the brain, because if the brain had to take in account of all the information, Donald Hoffman has a good analogy. He'll say that our consciousness is kind of like a user interface on a computer. So if you're, you want to deal with your file on your computer, say like the file I have on my computer for this talk we're giving right now. I have some notes and I have some things that I laid out. Now, it's in a blue folder on my desktop right now. I'm looking at it. But I'm only looking at that file folder because it's understandable. Now, if I had to keep up with all the diodes, the transistors, the coding, the electricity in my house, and all the things that go along with it, I would never look at my note. I would probably never write it. I would probably never send an email. I'd probably never do a lot of things with my computer, because I'm too busy looking at all this other information that really has no direct relevance to my talk today, right? So that's the reason how that happens, is that it's for the purpose of adaptability to your environment.
Yeah, basically scientists, bless them, they're like kids playing games. They're like gamers. They're looking at the pixels on the screen, and they're trying to figure out how reality works based on those pixels. So they come up with notions of causality, cause and effect. But but the whole thing is happening, and there's an underlying reason for that which they can't see. A kid doesn't know how their PlayStations work. You know, a kid will only look at and they can be very good players. You know, they can move their avatar. They can detect that any changes on the screen, and they can make predictions of how the game is going to go. But they're not aware of the electronics behind it. They're not aware of any of that. Presumably, when you die is when the kid stops playing the game. You know, like Daniel Dennett, and they now are able to become engineers. They're now able to look at the electronics behind the game. You know, they're now able to look at the transistors, as it were. You know, and you know, I think Daniel Dennett, you know, he was a physicalist. I think he was a brilliant cognitive scientist. However, when he came to trying to explain consciousness, he basically took materialism to its logical conclusion. Well, there's only matter. And he dropped the wrong thing. He dropped mind. He said mind is an illusion. Mind isn't there. And, you know, he actually said consciousness is an illusion. The trouble with that, he dropped the wrong one. He could have remained a monist, but he should have said mind, in my personal opinion. Because he said consciousness is an illusion, he's practically saying that consciousness doesn't exist. Because an illusion, you can say other things are illusions. An illusion is something which isn't what it seems. An illusion is something that exists. It just gives the wrong appearance or the wrong impression to a conscious observer, right? You can say that about, say, a rope on the floor. A rope on the floor might look like a snake, right? Under some lighting conditions. That's the illusion of a snake, but the object itself still exists. But when you try to say that consciousness is an illusion, you are practically saying that consciousness itself doesn't exist. You're practically saying to someone, you think you're conscious, but you're not. It's like me saying
what Neil
to you,
deGrasse Tyson said. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson on one of his panels.
A terrible mistake.
Terrible mistake. I think was it Ted the Science Guy or whatever his name is? He said, so you're saying that we don't really think, we just think we do, which is kind of self-refuting. But Joel Davis also asked another good question. So matter could never produce consciousness, but it can filter and limit it. Apparently it does because of the nature of the matter of the brain.
See, there is something I wanted to clarify, because I do want to try to better understand idealism. And it was near the very beginning of this discussion where you said that it just has to be with idealism that there are these multiple separate minds. That's how consciousness interacts with itself. But but my can you better explain why it is that it seems to be separate minds and not more like a shared hive mind?
Say that one more time, because I was busy looking at some chats. I was going to put some.
I'll say to Joel, have a look at say what's that condition where you get brain damaged and you remember and you start to get insights into mathematics and art. Have a look at
synesthesia and synesthesia and different you've got, what is it,
Savant syndrome, that's it.
Right.
Have a look at that, where people who become severely brain damaged or their brains malfunction and all of a sudden they acquire this level of expertise or they become like geniuses in maths or art, and they can't they just know how to even play music instruments that they've never played
all
before,
of a sudden,
and they know, and they don't know how they know, but it just comes to them. That weighs definitely in favor of the filtration theory of the brain. And the brain,
Caleb,
like I said before, is a partial representation of what mind is doing, and it happens in consciousness. There you go, Joel. It's all there, and that's
Caleb,
only one instance.
Re-ask the question, Caleb.
Oh, let's see. I'll try to ask it in a better way. Like, so why is it that the universal mind seems to favor individual closed off minds, and not like more of like how fungus is operation with like a hive mind. Like why
Okay.
why does it seem that, you know,
Why does it
on
dissociate?
the north, we can come up with extreme cases of like, all right, well, there's a near-death experience and I can seem to peer into someone else's mind, but like on the whole, that doesn't seem to be the case. And like, so why isn't that like the norm?
Oh yeah, like the disassociation. Why is there this limitation? Is that what you're asking? Like, why is there
Yeah,
limited
well,
mind?
like why does it seem that the cosmos, if consciousness is the fundamental thing, or one of the fundamental things, you know, why is it that
I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give him a Rupert Spira answer to that. Go finish your
like, why is it that we're not like a shared hive mind? Like,
Okay, so the reason why is because we are, well, number one, we are a hive mind, by the way. But even the hive mind is still disassociated from other hives, right? And the reason why that is because that is the nature of consciousness. Consciousness, the nature of consciousness is to do that. It's just the brute fact of the matter. We even do it in our own minds. Our own mind, for one thing, all intelligence is collective. So we are a hive mind. Even you sitting there in your chair right now, you are the collection of trillions of smaller, lesser minds, single cells, multi-cells, this hierarchy of cells within your body and brain and and neurons and everything that makes you you, right? And that thing comes to have different perspectives. Even within your own body, you have trillions of different perspectives of you and trillions of perspectives. It's just that you are only aware that what you call you is the executive functioning mind. It's kind of becomes a singularity, a collective of all of these different perspectives and signals that goes on in your body. Now, all of these little cells of consciousness, they all have a function, and it might be to fight off diseases or fight off germs that come into your body you're unaware of, or maintain your breathing, maintain your heart rate, stuff like that. Like trillions of those sort of processes go on in your body at every moment, and it's doing those things, and then it communicates with you through intuition. So the stronger that your intuition is, the more you exercise it, the more you get in touch with your body, the more you get in touch with your environment, and the more you get these signals, this communication that happens. And all of this stuff comes from you deep inside. And so it all comes to this singularity. And then you could say, well, why isn't this singularity, why is it disassociated from Arlindo's system? Why is it disassociated from Sophia's system, right?
Yeah, because I get all that you're saying, you know, like the cells and everything. Like I'm not ignorant about that. It's just like, to me, it's like when I think of a hive mind, it's like, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever played Mass Effect, but it's like with the Geth, like they don't have to, you know, it's not like their minds are separate.
I know what you're getting at. I wanted to lead with that only because of our audience. I just wanted to lead because a lot of our audience are not really familiar with that part, but I wanted to get to my Rupert Spira answer.
Okay.
So the Rupert Spira answer is the reason why greater mind or ultimate being does that is so that it can actually it have an experience of itself. So it's not coherent to say that one mind with no other minds, no other relations. If there are no relations, then there's nothing to be conscious of. So consciousness had to fractal off into these different individuations, right? So that it could see itself from different perspectives. The only way it's going to know itself is from every single perspective possible. And that's why we have evolution. That's why we evolved to have different species, different kinds of consciousness, different kinds of experiences, on different planets, different things. Even planets may be conscious in their own way. Maybe suns are. I think there's an article that came out saying that they've tested how the sun itself could be conscious. I think Sheldrake said something like that too.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that have this sort of view. Even panpsychists will tell you the same thing, that everything's there's like animism. It kind of harkens back to the paganism of old, like this animism. Like even the trees are aware, even the flowers are aware, and you can see how they interact with the root, and the root communicates through all the system, and it's all just an experience. That's what experience does. It just experiences. That's its nature. Subjectivity has only one nature. It has one job, and that job is to experience. And it has no other job. It's not out here to do anything else but to experience. So that's why and how it actually does that. It just evolves. It's through evolution.
But if the only way that it can experience itself is through these fractures of itself, then shouldn't it be impossible to break that, to have these experiences of where you can, where people claim that they can peer into other people's thoughts or minds or whatnot?
It's not intuitive that should be the case, but it's not impossible, because that's like I told you, that's the stone in my shoe. But the fact is, if you do the logic, there's nothing illogical about it. There's no contradiction there. So if there's no contradiction there, then it means it's possible. And if it's possible, it may happen. I just don't. I just don't intuit it that way, but it seems like it's possible. So I don't know. If you say it's not possible, I want to know, why do you think it's not possible?
Well, the way you put it though is that consciousness can only experience itself by this fractal nature.
Yep.
But if it's possible that you can experience,
why couldn't they all stay in heaven? In other words,
well, it's like, if it's possible to experience someone else's thoughts or feelings or whatnot, and that's not an issue, then why would it be an issue that we have this connected hive mind from the very beginning? In the sense that we can all peer into each other's thoughts. Not, I understand that it's a hive mind, but it's, yeah.
Yeah. So you've got these perspectives, and you're like, when people, let's say they have a near-death experience, let's just assume that they are going off into another place or vantage point, right? They're in this other perspective now. Well, whose perspective are they in at that point? They're in the perspective of the greater mind on idealism. They're not a soul. It's not a dualistic thing. It's a non-dualistic thing. So it seems like this perspective is from the perspective now of the greater mind, right? And you say, well, why does it do that? Well, why is there individual minds that aren't doing that already? Well, it has to. There has to be limited minds that only see things from one perspective in order for it to even do that. In order for you to die and see your life and see other people's minds and their perspective, there has to be other perspectives, right?
Yeah. I would say there's dissociation taking place in nature, and some dissociative barriers may be more porous than others, which would explain why some people are more prone to mystical experiences than others. It would explain why someone who has used Michael Persinger's God helmet has managed to experience being outside of themselves and communicating with other entities, and why someone like Richard Dawkins, who tried the very same helmet, said nothing happened. It could just be that some brains, as filters, are very much constrained. So it could be that some brains filter out more information than they let in, and other brains, if we imagine dissociative barriers to be like whirlpools on the surface of an ocean, then some filter in more from the mind at large into their personal mind. So it goes into their subconscious minds, and then all the way to, you know, their egoic minds, and they become aware of certain information, and that information gets represented in their minds with the symbols that they use. It could be very complex, but I wouldn't say there's any contradiction in dissociations taking place. I would say that dissociations take place, and they strive. Each dissociation strives to preserve itself in an entropic universe, in a chaotic mental construct of the mind at large. And this mental construct would only be a derivative of the one consciousness, as Donald Hoffman would put it. And even within human minds, even within our anthropic dissociations, we have dissociations going on. You know, where we remember some things and we forget others, or when we're driving, we might be so focused on a particular issue that's, you know, worrying us in our lives, and we're driving and we're not really consciously aware of driving, but there's something else that has taken over. So we've created a dissociation right there, where we are focused on how our lives have gone. We might be thinking about something else, and we're on autopilot and we're driving, but there is an awareness of driving. It's just that we've become dissociated from it, but something else has taken over. So there's all sorts of dissociations and dissociations within dissociations taking place. And that would also explain the case of dissociative identity disorder, you know, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, where people...
I did want to bring that up, because to me it's like the word dissociative just seems to bring on a negative connotation. Like to me, it's like idealists aren't doing themselves a favor by using that word, because it's like in neuroscience and psychology, it's like a dissociation is associated with a disorder. So it's like, to me, it's like, well, when then like
it
yes,
but
the greater mind is disordered. I would say, like
I wouldn't say mind at large. Yeah, sorry, Scott. I wouldn't say mind at large suffers from dissociative identity disorder. Actually, Kastrup makes it clear it's something akin to DID, but not necessarily pathological.
Right.
I would just like to make that distinction. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Now I was just going to make a little quick quip, you know, to be a little pithy and say that who says the greater mind isn't crazy? I mean, what we call, you know, crazy might actually be normal, but our culture has sort of normalized. I mean, think about it. It was normal to think that that witches were evil and should be burned to death at the stake at one point, right?
And
for a long time.
And you know what, Scott? No, I would actually would agree with that, because it's like, to me, there's no such thing as perfection. You know, there's
right.
God isn't perfect, and so if there is this universal mind, it wouldn't be perfect either. So
we can only be less wrong in our theories. I would say that what we see is only a partial representation through a human lens, and you know. And to Joel's question, I would say that not all idealists, when we're talking about metacognition, for example, not all idealists think that mind at large is metacognitive. Bernardo Kastrup would be an example of someone who doesn't think that mind at large knows that it knows, that only dissociated alters of the mind at large can do that at the level of human beings, for example. But I would counter that. I think I'm still trying to figure out my own type of idealism. I'm probably more in the absolute idealism camp. I would probably say that the one consciousness, the one, you know, to bring up the Neoplatonic concept of source consciousness, the one creates emanations, right? And from these emanations, you get all different monads, all different perspectives, right? So the one from perfection, and where all paradoxes are reconciled, where it's all just one coin, creates emanations. It's almost like one single white light going through a prism, and it creates all different emanations. And once we become a single individual soul, as opposed to, in the monistic perspective, a whole mind, once we become a single perspective, we project the world of senses. In Neoplatonism, the world of senses is the physical world, is where we derive the appearance of time and space and physical objects. So everything is finitely defined from the infinite. And Neoplatonists would say above that level, where the infinite potential can manifest, there's an intermediate level, and there's possibly where souls go to hang out once they've died. They probably go to a place where many barriers are broken, and you practically are living in this wonderful wonderland, a world of dreams. You still hold on to concepts. So it's almost like this theory would involve a kind of gradual. You wouldn't necessarily become the mind at large in one go. You would.
Oh, you cut off. So what I wanted to do is, since Arlindo is breaking down his version of idealism,
Let's say
he's done,
another headset.
we'll let
Another headset
Sophia.
that includes more information. So you're moving up through levels, basically, and metacognition is only one flavor of experience, which isn't
Right.
necessarily restricted to just human beings. So I'm trying to go beyond Bernardo Castro, but I understand that Bernardo Castro can only go so far, because the science can only tell you, so can only imply. I wouldn't say science has proved idealism per se, but science definitely seems to favor idealism over materialism, because materialism just has too many problems. Yeah.
So let's take turns on that. Next is Sophia. Sophia, based on your model, what is idealism mean to you based on your understanding and your model and all of that? How would you explain it right now? You're muted, baby.
God damn it, today is not a good day. I was trying to answer Joel, but y'all are like all over the place. Time out, motherfuckers. Stop.
I know. And I'm trying to answer Joel's questions too, and I don't want to ignore him. But
I'm trying to tell Joel is that it's not the brain that does the modulating; it's consciousness that modulates frequency, and the brain is just an appearance within consciousness, and it just depends on, I guess, the output of the frequency. It depends on the frequency.
Okay.
But the modulation is not the other way around. It's not, because you're still talking materialism. You're still trying to say that the brain creates consciousness.
Right. So if you had to explain your version of idealism in like a quick elevator,
I'm giving consciousness. I guess I'm giving consciousness a physical property, like I've been saying. I don't understand why it's so hard to understand that. Like, we know through cymatics how frequencies behave. We know that frequencies influence matter, shape matter, and all that kind of stuff, right? I done said this over and over. And we know that your brain your mind must have also properties of frequency in order for it to affect your body, right? Joel, do you agree with that? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, looking at the map, basically, the brain is only a partial representation. It doesn't give you the full story of someone's mind.
Right.
Someone's mind can be very complex, and you're only looking at the brain. It's only an image. So,
Right. So if we can agree that we know for a fact that frequency can shape matter, right? And consciousness is in your mind, obviously, because you're having a subjective experience, right? That's only happening in your mind. We can logically make an inference that consciousness must have the properties of frequency. That's literally what my model says. And I'm just trying to see what's so, like, what are we not understanding about that? And I'm asking Joel and whoever else is trying to make a mockery of what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know if he's probably going to tell you he's not making a mockery, but anyway,
The other guy, the
oh,
other guy.
yeah. Wes. Right. He was, though. Okay, so I wanted to give my little twist on it. So we've already talked about the science, and Sophia has brought in a view from that perspective. So I wrote out like a little thesis before we did the thing, so I'll read it really quick here. Hopefully this makes sense, but it's coming from a different perspective and approach. So my thesis of idealism entails basically two arguments that I'm going to make. So number one is the truth bearers are thoughts. That's my first argument. Truth bearers are thoughts. So the things we believe, the things we say, in the meanings of our statements are truths. And although truths are public entities, they reside in the mind. So structure is not independent of our theories or concepts, right? They are our theories and our concepts. Structures of models are imposed on reality when we do them. So instead of structures being independent of mind, which a lot of people take for granted, like facts and truths are out there or whatever, including correlations, like Joel brings up the correlation between the brain and the mind, and models, models of the universe, models of consciousness, even idealistic models. They are really not independent of concepts, language, and the modeling of the world, right? So putting this all together, logically, I would say that facts are thoughts as unspoken truth bearers. So
Joel is committing a very well-known fallacy. It's known as the cum hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy.
Right.
At the same time as this, therefore, because of it, when you see correlation between brain states and mentation, it doesn't necessarily mean that one causes the other. You could have two different televisions in different rooms. They could be playing the same program, and yet it doesn't mean that one TV causes what's being shown on the other. There's a program that's being broadcast to all televisions, and they present the same thing.
See, what ties it all together is the truth maker part. So I've talked about the truth bearers, right? I've talked about the structures, the theories, the models that truth bearers make about reality. But then you've got truth makers. What are the truth makers? Well, this is how we get idealism. So truth makers are simply the facts. Truth makers are public, and therefore the nature of a greater mind. And the reason I say that is because a proposition is true when it corresponds to facts. The blueness of the sky is a fact. The blueness is corresponding with the thought that it's true. But like I said before, in the bearer's example, truth and facts are based on structures that we project. They're statements we make in our concepts and in our minds. So if we discover truths, who is the one, conceptualizing these facts and these truths that we haven't discovered yet? A greater mind. And that's why we can correspond to it. So that, on top of what Sophia says and what you're saying, Arlindo, it all just sort of points to reality being a process of mentation. And that's kind of where I'm coming from.
And all I'm doing is I'm adding to that. I'm saying that mentation does have a physical property and it can manifest as physical things. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So Joel says to Arlindo, okay, I'm not sure where I made that claim.
I'm getting the impression that that's what he is implying, right?
Okay.
And I'm just saying, just because the voice on the radio correlates with the electromagnetic oscillations in the radio circuitry doesn't mean that the radio synthesizes the voice. The voice is happening elsewhere. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember what Joel said because I'm trying to pay attention to what you guys are saying. I'm trying to be engaged in this conversation. but I'm pretty sure that Joel said something along the lines of, or you mentioned that he has said himself about correlation as some kind of evidence for materialism. And I'm just pointing out
Well,
that if
he
that's
asked the
the
question.
case,
Well, just
if
to be
that's the
clear,
case, that's a well-known fallacy, and
right?
he
That
can
that
look
would
it
be
up.
a fallacy. But to be fair to Joel,
yeah.
to be fair to Joel, he asked. So what I'm referring to, I should probably clear this up. So Joel on a post in our group on Facebook simply asked if he agrees with us. Correlation doesn't equal causation.
Well done, Joel.
Therefore, materialism doesn't really isn't proven by that correlation. He's cool with that. But what he's asking is, well, then why does it mean that idealism means it's true? Like, if it's the correlation applies to materialism, why doesn't it apply? Why doesn't that rule of correlation isn't equal to causation? Why doesn't that rule apply to idealism as well? And so if you were paying attention to what I just said, Joel, in response to you, is that because even the correlations, whether we attribute it to materialism or idealism, either way, that correlation is a model. It's a theory. And guess where it happens? In our minds. So actually, what I'm saying is that materialists are actually idealists. They just don't admit it, at least epistemically. They're epistemic idealists.
One crucial difference when it comes to consciousness, it's materialists who are claiming causation, that consciousness is somehow an emergent property of matter, a derivative. In idealism, we're actually saying consciousness is fundamental. It's not caused. It's uncaused. It's unborn. It has always been there. That's where the buck stops. It's eternal.
Right.
It doesn't need its own light. It doesn't need a predicator in order.
Right. It's begging the question. It begs the question.
And this is why I compare that to energy, because I don't understand why we can accept that energy can't be created. We accept that energy can't be destroyed.
Yeah, but when it comes to consciousness, it's something else.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't understand why they think that is such a great leap, because everything that we experience in our experience is just a mirror of consciousness, because it all happens within consciousness. To me, it's so logical.
And Joel, don't think that I don't see the setup here in that last question you just had. You just set me up. And you're a little wise one, Joel. I see what you're doing, so don't think you've outsmarted me. Look what you asked. Take a look at this question, and y'all follow me on this question. The answer seems to, no, this one I got on the screen. And the answer seems to be that idealists think that correlation is because the mind is causing the brain. Is that fair to you guys? You know what? Here's the setup. If you say yes, you say yes, if you say, yeah, you got it, Joel, guess what happens? You just self-refuted. And Joel knows that. Joel knows that. That's why I answered the way I did, Joel. That's why you need to pay attention to what I just said. What I just said.
Yeah.
There is no causation at all. The causation only appears as a model. Like I said, whether you're an idealist trying to say causation, whether you're a materialist trying to say causation, causation is a model. Actually, there's other models where causation doesn't even exist. There is no causation. If you go to, if you were to talk to a physicist whose worth is weight, he'll tell you that causation is an illusion. And he'll tell you that causation doesn't even exist. And for this very reason, idealism is true. And I'm dropping my mic.
But we already resolved it, Joel. There you go.
Yeah. The brain is like a wave, right? If consciousness is the ocean, if mind at large is the ocean, the brain is like a wave. So it's not really causation. It's more like the ocean is moving. And this relates to Sophia's model of cymatics. It's exactly the same principle.
Same thing, right?
It's the same medium moving. We're talking about monistic idealism. We're not talking about dualism. We're not talking about any of that. And within monistic idealism, the hard problem, the so-called hard problem of consciousness is solved. because we're not saying that consciousness is emergent. We're saying that consciousness is fundamental.
We just resolved it, Joel. We just solved the hard problem of consciousness. There is not one.
There really isn't a hard problem. The only hard problem we have, Joel, is that you got a hard head.
No, he's just confused. No, I'm just kidding.
I would recommend that he watches that Annika Harris and conversation with Alex.
O'Connor. Yeah, they go through all that.
Yeah, they go through all that shit, and she makes it perfectly clear that it's legitimate to ask the question: is consciousness fundamental? And it's legitimate to study consciousness, because it never used to be the case before. If you suggested before that we should study consciousness, they would look at you funny,
laugh at you out.
Yeah, they would laugh at you.
You'd lose grants. You wouldn't be. Yeah. I mean, Annika used to be a heavy materialist, and now she's flipped like 100%. And you know, if you look at and even Alex Connor today came out and announced, you know, I mean, come on, guys. Alex O'Connor is a very rational person.
Now he's come out.
Yes, I mean that tells you a lot, right there. That should tell you. I mean, it's not proof. I'll give you that. It doesn't prove anything. I'm just saying. It's a weighty argument. It's got to be just as good as materialism.
Well, I'll tell you what. One of the most famous materialists in the world, Jerry Coyne. He's the one who got that video with Rupert Sheldrake banned on TED Talks. Right, because Rupert Sheldrake went hard on scientists, and they weren't representing things as they should, and they came up with the concept of constants, when in actual fact there are no constants. It's more like a fluctuation. He went through, you know, that famous video that you know, all the materialists are saying, well, that guy is talking rubbish. He's committed career suicide and this and that. Jerry Coyne refuses to debate idealists because he has admitted himself that he's not very sure about materialism. Jerry Coyne, he was even asked the question, because he's a biologist, and he was even asked, do you think water fleas, these microscopic creatures that have no nervous systems, by the way, but they display very complex behavior, very like complex intelligent behavior. He was asked the question, do you think water fleas are conscious? And he said, yeah, I think they're conscious because they display intelligent behavior in their environments. Well, Jerry Coyne has actually contradicted materialism, because materialism claims that consciousness arises from complexity, from a complex organ such as a brain or a nervous system with billions of cells somehow. And the one man who has always advocated for materialism, promissory materialism, by the way, because he always says, "Oh, maybe in the future we'll suss out consciousness."
Are you familiar with
But that's why I'm saying, like, we see actually the opposite in cymatics. We see how frequency actually creates complexity.
Yeah. And what about you know, along those lines, remember David Chalmers and Christoph Koch.
They had a bet.
They had a bet because Christoph Koch was a hard materialist, a neuroscience scientist.
Yeah, and he's done a U-turn.
Yeah, and oh man, what a U-turn he made. And then, you know, at the time he said, look, he goes, the hard problem of consciousness will be solved well within 20 years. I would say 5, but just to be conservative, I'll go ahead and give you 20 years. That'll give you long enough. And I'm guarantee you, I promise you, a bottle of fine wine that
Chalmers said,
and Chalmers said, okay, and they shook hands. Just last year, he had to cough it up, man. He had to come up with that bottle of wine. And he says, no, I'm giving it to you gladly because I've already come to that determination in the recent years. And he became a co-founder of IIT, which is Integrated Information Theory, which starts with consciousness as fundamental. And it just seeks to explain how fundamental consciousness interacts with physical systems. And it's called Integrated Information.
Yeah, it tests Tononi's Giulio Tononi's theory of integrated information. You know, it's
Right.
the integrated
So I'm
theory of
telling you guys
consciousness.
that the house of cards is crumbling.
Yeah, yeah, and
You know.
and the thing is, there's also another great theory, which is the global neuronal workspace theory. And even the correlation business is very shaky, because what they found is sometimes when you see mental activity, when you see brain activity flaring up, and then someone, the subject in the experiment, reports a mental experience, sometimes it's almost like the mental activity doesn't correlate with the mentation. The brain activity doesn't correlate with the mentation fully, because it looks as though the mental activity announces the mentation, but then it dies down and the mentation carries on for longer. So the mental activity, what someone is experiencing, carries on for longer, while the brain activity has died down. So it's almost like the brain is heralding a mental activity, but the activity of the brain doesn't persist for as long as the mentation itself. Does that make sense? So it doesn't correlate fully. So it's almost like it's just making an announcement, it dies down, and the person reports a continuation. It's like the experience lasts for longer.
So
And
here's
that to
another
me,
great
yeah.
exactly. And so here's another great question by Joel. I can't wait to dig into. Meanwhile, similar problems in idealism are ignored and hand waved, right? So this is great. This is juicy, Joel. Because now my question to you is, the answer, of course, that idealists give you is that consciousness is fundamental. So I guess you're saying fundamental is just a hand wave to wave away the hard problem. Okay. So let me ask you this question. Is length a hand wave? Is mass a hand wave? Is time a hand wave? Is temperature? Is substance? Is luminous intensity a hand wave? Because all these things are considered fundamental properties in science. Are those hand waves? Because if they are, you got a point. But if they're not, why can't consciousness be? You have to explain that. And
Exactly, and we're not the ones who are claiming strong emergence. You know, the hard problem isn't really a hard problem. The hard problem is more like an impasse that was created by materialists, because they insist upon the idea of emergence applying to everything, and it ties in with the lie that the founders of the Enlightenment began in order to subvert the influence of the church over the rest of society. That's what's happening here. And unfortunately, over time, we believed the lie. But if you check the founding document of the Enlightenment, if you check the Encyclopedia for Sciences and Arts and Crafts, I can't remember the full name. What's his name? Diderot, one of the philosophers that knew Voltaire and the rest, and D'Alembert and whatnot. He actually says, we don't think materialism is, what word did he use? We don't think it's tenable. However, we need to use it against the church until we come up with a better metaphysic to explain the nature of reality. It's recorded there.
Here's what they'll tell you. Here's what they'll tell you. They'll argue from this new thing that's starting to make a little bit of moves. It's called neutral monism. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that, and again, it's problematic because it's assuming that something outside mind exists, and it goes against the natural direction of inference, which Kastrup has mentioned before. The natural direction of inference says that you can derive the unknown from the known when you formulate a theory, but it doesn't work the other way around. You can't derive a known, which is consciousness, from an unknown.
Right.
And if you say that it lies outside of mind, well, where's your evidence for that? Because everything that we know of happens in mind.
Even the
So that's
unknown.
not how science. That's not even how science works. It goes
The
against science.
concept of
It
the
violates the
unknown.
Occam's razor principle.
Yes, yes. And see that goes back to my theory is that, you know, I value Occam's razor as a principle of guidance. Now, that's not to say that it's a hard fast rule, because I think
Yeah.
everything we've ever discovered turned out not to be simple. You know, everything we ever discovered about things, while we approached it and investigated by making the least amount of assumptions, it turns
Yeah.
out that we should have made like maybe millions of assumptions on certain topics, like say, you know, hydrofluidity, you know, dynamic, you know, fluidity, or even air. You know, if you'd have went back in time 1,000 years ago, and you said, actually, air is made up of billions and trillions of molecules, and you have to introduce all of these, you know, that's not very simple. Okay, that's not
No.
Occam's razor,
No.
but reality turned out to be different. So I only use it as a guide into looking at idealism, because idealism, you're right, Joel, it's not a hard fast science. It's not hard science yet. It's more
I'll
like
say to Joel.
Or
I'll say
Joel,
to
yes.
Joel,
hmm
idealism as a metaphysic is more parsimonious than materialism, because it makes the least assumptions. The only leap of faith idealism has in common with materialism is the assumption that other minds exist, right? A plurality of minds exists in order, you know, and we can justify that belief if we follow the theory of mind, because everything on our screen of perception looks as though other minds exist, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't waste time talking to you guys here, right? So we can overcome that problem. We can take that leap of faith. And that's the only leap of faith idealism will make. But materialism goes on to say, well, things outside minds exist and they have no mind. They're different from mind. Where's the evidence for that? That's an assumption. And then they go on to say, another leap of faith, that things outside mind create minds. And they provide no evidence for it other than to say, well, it has to be true, but in the future, we'll figure it out and we'll see that evidence will conclude our assumption. It doesn't work that way. You can't come up with an assumption with no evidence whatsoever and just make a promise. It doesn't work like that. Materialism is
My
the
thing
worst
is,
metaphysics ever. It's a lie.
they are right to criticize religion up and down the way they do. They've got a point. They you know, they stand on the altar of reason and rationale, and they proclaim to the heavens that, you know, the religious method is flawed and it's full of assumptions and it's full of unfounded beliefs. And oh man, I'm behind them 100%. And then when they come around and do the same thing to us, that's when I have a problem. I'm like, why are the inconsistency?
Yeah. You can't use it actually began as a made up lie because of trying to get political influence. That's how it started, basically. And it spread because they didn't like how much power the church had. And when they should have just said, look, this is how reality works, right? We think consciousness is fundamental. They could have said it from the beginning, and they could have just said to the religious folk, look, everything that you're saying isn't necessarily true, apart from the fact that mind exists. So maybe there is a room for God, but maybe your conception of God is wrong. You know, maybe the God that you think exists separate from us isn't the real God that exists. Maybe the real God that exists is consciousness itself, which exists through us. We are it, and it creates all reality, and it makes no judgments. Yeah.
But Arlindo, to believe in fundamental consciousness as a greater mind is a leap of faith and a belief. What are you talking about?
Well, I would say to that, it's self-evident. It's a brute fact of reality. Consciousness exists. You don't have to think of it as a god, but it seems like you need consciousness in order to be able to say that anything exists.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, do you believe, Joel? Do you believe that you're looking at a computer right now, or a phone, or whatever you're using? That's a belief
Maybe, yeah,
that exists outside of your consciousness. Do you believe that, or are you going to go ahead and admit that you don't know?
yeah. You could wake up any minute now, Joel. It could all be a dream, and we're just figments of your imagination.
Yep.
You know,
Brain
some
in the vat
own
problem.
solipsism.
Hard
Yeah.
solipsism. Problem of hard solipsism.
Yeah.
Sophia's a solipsist.
I'd say Sophia. I'd say Sophia is not a solipsist. I'd say Sophia,
No.
you're more of an idealist, because I don't think. I'll tell you something. We have degrees of confidence, right? And knowledge, in propositional logic, knowledge is a subset of belief in a spectrum where on one end you have absolute doubt, and on the other you have knowledge. As much as you can know things, you can have degrees of confidence. If someone says to me, "Oh, do you know? Are you absolutely sure that solipsism is false?" I would say, "Well, I'm fairly confident, over 50%, that solipsism is false, right? Because I can only make a theoretical formulation. I can only say everything on my screen of perception looks as though other minds exist. I'm interacting with other minds
Yeah.
right now. That's what it looks like. But I'm not making an absolute claim. But if
Yeah.
someone says to me, "Are you conscious?" I'm 100% sure I'm conscious. I'm on the other
Yeah.
end of the spectrum.
Epistemically, you know, I do
Yeah.
street epistemology too, and one of the things that we oftentimes do is ask people for their percentage of confidence in a particular claim. Like somebody else, do you believe Jesus is God? Oh, I believe Jesus is God 155%. You know,
Yeah.
or somebody will say, do you believe materialism is true? They'll say, oh, I believe that 200% or 500. You know, well, there is no 200%. I said 1 to 100. But you know, if you were to ask me about idealism, I would probably say somewhere around 95%, only because I want to open up the door in case there is any doubt. But the reason I take such a high confidence level is because, first of all, confidence is all I really know. I think, therefore I am, and that's not an assumption. That's just a brute fact, like you said. It's self-evident, because without me thinking, therefore I am, I couldn't be even asking the question to begin with. So
I would even correct Descartes to say that maybe he should have said, "I experience, therefore I am," because when you talk about thinking, sometimes thinking can cease and it's just pure aware. You can get states where even human thinking is absolutely gone. So I can see what Descartes was trying to do there, but I would go as far as to say, "I experience, therefore I am," or experience, therefore reality. You know, hence the title of my channel, Experiential Realism. But yeah, it just opens up you know, other possibilities. It widens the scope from Descartes' formulation. It's more expansive to include all sorts of experiences. But yeah, it's along those lines. I think Descartes was on the right track, and he could
oh, he
have gone
was.
much further. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I just wanted to say that I do feel like there's a little uncharitableness towards materialists, because it's like,
yeah, I know we're really giving them a hard time right now, and I want to correct. I do want to correct that, Joel. I mean Caleb and Joel, by the way, and say I'm just kind of having fun with it. I'm just being a little facetious, but to be quite honest with you, materialism is not irrational. 100% irrational. I mean, it's intuitive.
I get what you're saying, but earlier though, when it was like, you know, that materialists, that there's some big lie that they tried to convince society that there's nothing but material, but it's like, to me, that's just like being uncharitable to theists, of like, well, you're just you know deep down that there is no God and you're just lying to everyone. It's like, no, I believe in their conviction. I just think they're wrong, you know. And I feel like that's the sort of way we
Oh, I
should
see
look.
what you mean.
We should.
What do you
look
say
at it.
to that, Arlindo? Because I've never
I
heard
believe
that
that.
argument.
I believe that. Well, I'm a what you call it, a conspiracy theorist, and I think they did it purposely and flipped it upside down.
There was a lot at stake. I really do think so. I think there was a lot at stake, and they had to spread, because politics is full of lies, and unfortunately, it infects every facet of society, every sphere of influence, even science
Yes.
itself. And you know, and the thing is, the reason why we sound so defensive is because we're trying to put out fires, because we're just trying to point at what's obvious, at least from our perspective. And I think that, you know, yes, materialism can sound plausible at first, but when you dive deep into it, you start to see all sorts of inconsistencies, and they have to be pointed out, I'm afraid, you know.
Well, no,
I
and
would say
there's
this.
nothing wrong with pointing out the consistencies and holding materialism to the fire. But
Yeah.
to me, it's like I just feel like I try. Maybe it's just how I am, and I try to see the best in people, and so I'm going to try to give people the most charitable take.
Try to
And
look at
it's
it
like,
this way. But see what you can agree on. Let's see what we can agree on here. There was a scientific revolution, right?
mhm.
And it did have its roots in materialism, right?
I mean, Christians would have another story, but yeah, sure.
Okay. So they would have to have obviously ran up against traditional institutions like the church back then, right?
Mhm.
Where they were burning people to the stake for questioning and crap like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as materialism sort of gained traction, it contributed to the rise of secularism, and it challenged the dominance of religion in public life and established all kinds of, established institutions.
Mhm.
And so historical materialism as a concept developed, over time from the Enlightenment on up as a rebellion or a revolution against the church authority.
Mhm.
And they were perfectly fine to do that. And I think that's what Arlindo's saying, is that you can't really deny that there had to be some kind of motive to even start that project to begin with, in the face of so much opposition. And we know that opposition came from the people who believed in sky daddies and stuff like that. So if that's true, you know what I'm saying? I think that's where it's coming from.
I mean, I understand that, and I'm not disagreeing with that. But then I feel like to then go to, well, the materialists knew that they were wrong, but they had to push the agenda anyways.
Okay.
Like,
well, let me try to present a theory in that case.
mhm.
From what I understand about the scientific community, once you start establishing certain facts, like say evolution, the scientific method, technology, advances in science, all of this was on the assumption of a materialistic method, right? So
Well,
if anybody was to actually come up against that in the face of so much progress and success, I mean, look at our live chat. Look at how Wes totally dismissed us as crystal believers and things like that.
The one pushback I would say is that I would not say that science is a materialistic endeavor. I would say that it is a naturalistic endeavor. But it just so happens to be that.
Well, that's why Arlindo
materialism.
said scientists.
Yeah.
He made that distinction early. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually describe myself as a naturalist. I think anything that happens in nature is natural. I just don't agree with the premise of physicalism, and I would say that prior to the spread of the physicalist lie, as it were, right? Let's say it's a physicalist lie. There was already the concept of atomism by Democritus, which went on for hundreds of years, but people were still operating under the the concept of dualism. There is matter and then there is mind. It's two separate things, and somehow we got to the point where there is only matter and mind is just an illusion, an emergent property. And I think that comes from the fact that we see a lot of emergent patterns coming out of engineering. The scientific revolution showed us that we can, that certain mechanisms create emergent properties, right? So they went from that to say that everything is emergent, including mind. Everything can be explained in terms of mechanisms. And, we went from dualism to monistic physicalism, where there is only unconscious matter, nothing else.
Yeah.
And somehow there's this illusion, this epiphenomenon of consciousness. Which I think we have to get rid of, because otherwise we're just going to entertain the hard problem of consciousness forever. And when it comes to atheism, I mean, I consider myself to be an atheist when it comes to certain concepts of God, right? I think the original meaning of God, or what people meant by God as just one God, got lost in translation over the centuries. I think what they meant by I am that I am, I think they were referring to consciousness itself, and it's everywhere. I do think it arises from an early form of idealism, and I think that got lost in translation because, unfortunately, certain religious institutions have the goal of trying to control populations. That's how it happened.
Yeah.
And
And
they
honestly,
need God to be a separate entity from everyone else and from the universe itself.
and I looked at Phil's papers. I don't know if you're familiar with Phil papers, but they're like a philosophical publication, and they keep up with like statistics among professional academic philosophers. And I think that they said that most philosophers that identify as idealists turn out to be atheists. But anyways, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, I get what you're saying. I think that I would try to be more charitable towards them, because it's like, as someone who became an atheist, it's like I was a former Catholic Christian. It's like the more that I've gone on, and the more I've mellowed out, and it's like, I don't think, it's like, I don't think Christians or Christianity is trying to lie to me. They honestly believe what they're saying. I'm sure there are some snake oil salesmen within Christianity, like with the Joel Austins of the world. But but it's like, these people, believe what they're being told, and so it's like, I think they're wrong, and I think that them trying to silence others is wrong. And I would say that's the same way that I would tackle materialists. It's like they became so big and like became the only game in town. And so it's like they tried to silence the other opposition, and that's wrong. But I don't think that I would not want to be like, oh, you're just doing all this because you're just trying to lie to us.
Oh yeah, being uncharitable and not taking the arguments for what they are. That's a good point, and the thing about it is it's kind of hard to stop doing that. It's kind of like, remember how we had Otangelo and the other Christian on, and it started to get a little debatey. We started debating and going at it kind of in the same spirit, right?
Yeah.
And that's because I think in a format like this, we tend to be defensive, and we tend to try to hold our positions and really fight for our positions, just to kind of make the point that there is another, at least equal footing sort of argument. We try to establish that. But then if you put something on paper, or you put something in a video, or you put something in more of a more academic sort of setting, then yeah, you're going to be very charitable towards each side of the issue, and you're going to be more measured and more fair and everything. But if you're looking at a platform like this, where you've got, you know, like in our live chat, we've got different people that are, you know, challenging us, and so we're trying to defend that, and we're trying to say this and that, it can come off a little bit, I don't want to say uncharitable, but I would say it comes off a little bit I just can't think of the word, but it's not nasty, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
More
I
raw.
agree with what you're saying, Scott, and I think I'm actually in line with Christopher Hitchens when he says that all voices should be heard, so that if they're wrong, they can be impugned. So they should present their case. There should be a level of freedom of expression in that regard. You know, it's like Christopher Hitchens used to say, you know, let Holocaust deniers be heard, and once they've presented their case, then we can say where they've gone wrong against all the evidence that the Holocaust did happen, and it affected so many Jews and even Christian families and stuff like that. Because Christopher Hitchens said, because if you make the mistake of just banning people, not allowing those voices to be heard, however wrong they are, then you're going to make other people think that there's something there that's being hidden.
right,
And then you
right.
give rise to conspiracy thinking. And, you know, and that only impels more people to listen to the voices that are not being allowed to express themselves. So yeah, there you go. And I've used an atheist as a good
As an
example, as a great
example.
example of
And,
how it
and,
should go. Yeah.
and here's the other thing I wanted to point out, because Joel Davis makes an excellent point here. I've always struggled to see the connection between these metaphysical positions and any downstream conclusions. Most people don't need that level of philosophical motivation, and not necessarily that he disagrees with what I'm about to present, but just for our audience sake and just for record's sake, I would present this pushback to that. And there's a study, and I've seen many of them, but I like this study here. This is from the National Library of Medicine, which is PubMed Central. And so it talks about spiritual growth or decline in meaning making as mediators of anxiety and satisfaction with life during with religious struggle. So what it goes into is that in society, there's kind of a shift going on, right? There's a shift because if you remember, guys, remember when the new atheist movement happened in the mid 2000s? Remember that, with Christopher Hitchens and Dawkins and everybody, Sam Harris got together, and they were like, yeah, Daniel Dennett, what were they called? The Horsemen or whatever.
Four Horsemen.
The Four Horsemen. And it was very successful. It really brought out a lot of the problems of religion and stuff like that, and it kind of led to a big expulsion of religious thinking over the years. Like, we started seeing decline in church attendance, and a lot of people argue that like Alex O'Connor, I think he said he came up in that era as a kid, and that had a big influence on his channel, you know, Cosmic Skeptic, when he was a kid. And as a result, you know, he said that, like, even today on his thing, he was talking about how, you know, we've kind of come to a lack of, you know, it's kind of went full circle. We took it all the way to its extreme, and now it seems like church attendance is growing again, and religious fervor is starting to pick back up again. It's because society as a whole is starting to lack meaning and purpose and these things that religion sort of filled that void with, right? And so when Joel says that, like, I'm not sure it's really that deep. Like, I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't think it's that. I think it is that deep. I think that's exactly why you see what's going on goes on, because there is a part of humanity that wants the answers to the deeper questions. And so they turn to metaphysics and philosophy. And I think that's pretty important. So yeah, I would take a look at this article if you guys ever get a chance. Audience, if you want to look at it, it's called Spiritual Growth and Decline. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the new atheism movement emphasized nihilism, and it made many people depressed, because if life is meaningless, what's the point? But the thing is, life is actually imbued with meaning. Meaning is another layer of reality. There's so much meaning going on from several different perspectives. And if consciousness is fundamental, meaning is just another layer on top. And meaning is a type of perception. It's a type of feeling. It's another type of ripple in the medium of consciousness. It's like cymatics, and
Absolutely.
you don't have to deny meaning, because even the nihilist ends up creating
meaning,
his or
right?
her own meaning. Yeah, because
Right,
what
exactly.
does reality mean to the nihilist? Well, the meaning of reality is that it's meaningless. It has no intrinsic meaning. Well, that's some kind of meaning. They can't escape it.
It is. It's
Well,
a
that's the whole
self.
thing. As an atheist, that's
is.
my whole argument with religious people. They're always saying, well, if you really believe all you're going to do is live and die, and the universe is going to die in a cold death, heat death, or whatever, then what's the meaning? Why even live? Why don't you just kill yourself now or whatever?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
that argument never really made sense to me. And it's
Yeah.
like, why
Yeah.
even why do we go to concerts if the concert's going to end?
Mhm.
Why even
And-
go?
and
You
then-
go
and then
because
they
we want
say-
the experience,
Well,
It
and then
does.
they say,
It's-
well, if
they're
if
individual.
reality is
Oh.
meaningless, you
Yeah.
can derive your own meaning.
And by the way-
okay, so you're just making up meaning to yourself so you can be happy, but you really know that there is no meaning. But it's a very dodgy
And now
way
that
of looking at things.
now that big bad mean Sophia's gone, we want to introduce Al.
Big bad me now.
Hola, mi amigos. Su
Hey,
de casa.
Hello,
yes.
Al.
He's
¿Tú
another
hablas
regular on our show.
español?
What's going on, man?
No, I'm not going to bug you with Spanish. No, actually, I just came in at some good points there. With this idealism thing, it's always like a subjective ideal standard. I forget the guy's name, the British guy.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Peterson.
he was talking about the is that I can't
Oh,
read that.
Alex
Batista.
O'Connor.
Yeah, he was talking about the nihilist and everything, and then you chimed in with the Christians. This
Oh yeah,
idealism,
Arlindo. Mm.
yeah, this idealism thing. A lot of it has to do with a subjective perspective,
Mm-hmm.
and everything. Okay, well, this is ideal for me. Well, is there any kind of universal that's in there? The world
Yes.
coming to an end. Yeah, what is it?
The universal is simply the facts that exist out there. Those are universals.
We can't close our eyes and run towards a tree, and just because we see it, we hit it.
Oh, you mean on a moral what you're talking about now, I think, is the is-ought problem, where just because it is true that if I run into this tree I'm going to die, it doesn't necessarily mean I ought not to do it or ought to do it. It really just depends on your subjective wants, and we can't really control our wants ultimately. So I would say that you can't control your wants at all, Al, at all.
You get certain urges that just come to you. You
Yeah.
don't really alter them; they come to you, and then they sort of manipulate your behavior. You act upon how you feel, and you can't help it.
On idealism, we don't have
the whole determinism
that.
versus free will debate.
Right. And on idealism, it's just the greater mind. It's like we're expressing ourselves through nature, pretty much. So we have the illusion that we're making all these decisions, but that just comes from not knowing the future. We don't know what we're going to do.
Well, I mean,
it feels that way.
We are making decisions, but the illusion is that we are in complete control.
Exactly.
In experiential realism, you can have both experiences. You can experience yourself to be absolutely free, and then it would say, as long as you're happy with the strings, you can experience yourself as being absolutely free because you're happy to do what you're doing based on your urges. And at the same time, you can also experience being constricted and full of regret and
Yep.
wishing that you had done things differently. So it's or
Don't
you wish
tell
you had more
Republicans that.
scope.
Don't they call that
making decisions.
attitude?
They call it that, and they also call it just wanting to do stuff.
Yeah.
But that's still your subjective interpretation.
Exactly.
So is idealism, is that just objective reality and accepting it?
We accept
Kind of.
objective reality. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Subjective and objective. There is definitely a reality out there.
Yeah, we call it intersubjectivity. Yeah.
Intersubject. Okay, muddy the waters.
Yeah. Thank you.
But
Yeah. I kind of knew what I was doing there, huh?
I also think that when it comes to free will, the argument about free will can get lost, because people can mean different things by it. We can get all sorts of semantic disagreements, and the same for God. When someone says, "Oh, someone asks you, do you believe in God?" And straight away, if you have a concept of God in your head, which differs from the person who's asking it, already there's a mistranslation. You might be saying
Exactly.
yes, but the other person might have a completely different concept of God. So
Yet all
I think,
those concepts exist. Yeah.
yeah. So we should, as annoying as it may sound sometimes, we
Right.
should follow Jordan Peterson's example when he says, "Well, what do you mean by God?" And
Right.
you have to deconstruct it, and you sort of resort to the very deconstructivism that Jordan Peterson tends to attack. The whole Derrida Foucault debate,
Yeah.
and
Postmodernism.
where meaning can get lost.
Right. Because see,
it's very
postmodernism
convoluted.
leads to a lot of especially here in America, there's a lot of reality denial going on. And it's all about feelings. It's all about, how I want to choose reality to be versus what reality is objectively. And Jordan Peterson says this is just this is kind of spin-off of kind of the issues here. Like for me, like on idealism, like let's say the whole transgender debate, right? Like under idealism, we value personal experience. So we grant that people can actually identify any way they want. So we have a pathway to that. But unfortunately, where the confusion comes in, like Jordan Peterson says, like under materialism, you kind of want that. You kind of automatically know you want your identities to be preserved and say what you want, but you also want this objective materialist, I'm my biological body. That's the material body says that I'm a female or male or whatever.
Yeah, you need maps of meaning, basically.
Right. And so they kind of like confuse the map and the meaning and the map and the experience. And what idealism grants is that, people can have their own experience, but you can't have your own objective truths though. Like, like you can't necessarily, I can't say, like, even if I identified as a female or a woman, I can't really tell you that I'm a female because my biology doesn't allow for that, objectively speaking.
Well,
and again, people run into these,
Scott.
Huh?
Yeah,
Nobody's
if
gonna
people
have a
run into these
question about
semantic
you.
arguments,
I know you want it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, people can have these semantic arguments, and where they mean different things. And when it comes to trans people, it's very tricky because nature doesn't care. People are going to feel how they feel,
Right.
Regardless of how human minds are going to try and represent that. And these representations conflict, and then there are wars and there are arguments. But at the end of the day, it's a brute fact of reality that some people feel like they're in the wrong bodies. And
That's just a fact. And that's what Sophia was saying when we did that show on idealism and transgender issue. Is she says, yeah, but women also have women who identify as females. They also have a right to their experience too. So when certain movements come along and say, oh, anybody can be a female, it doesn't matter, that's kind of like appropriating now their identity and saying that I don't have any sort of right to feel
It
like
kind
we're
of
the women that-
undermines
yeah,
the feminist
yeah,
movement.
right.
Yeah.
It's sort of, yeah, it's this is the postmodern problem that Jordan Peterson talks about. He's like, it leads to this contradiction,
It does, because they're trying to live their learned experience, or whatever they coin it as nowadays, their subjective experiences, and try to interject this onto reality. And it's like, okay, you experience one thing, well, the court of reality says another thing, and you're going to vehemently fight us against this, or fight the court of reality.
Mhm.
And I think that's where a lot of the friction comes in, because it's like, no, darling,
Just be yourself. See, the idealist position is there's room for everybody. There's room to be a woman, a man, and every part of the range in between. That that whole spectrum. There's no shame in saying that I'm a man who identify, or I'm a male who identifies as a female. There's no shame in that. You don't have to hijack a whole gender to do that. All you have to do is say, you know what, this is my experience and I stand on it,
It does when they project it onto others and
Well,
demand that others accept it.
Well, that's
You
what I'm saying.
can't force someone. Yeah, you can't
Right.
force someone to see reality how you see it. Yes, you
Perfect.
may feel how you feel, but you have to be prepared to accept that other people might have different interpretations of reality, and they might have different concepts of what it means to be a man and a woman.
Okay.
And
Well,
right now, I think I'm a man. I could be a woman dreaming of being a man. I don't know.
you have some interesting dreams. I'll take 2 shots of what Batista had.
What he's having, yeah. What are you
But,
having?
no, Batista, this is the first time I met you. Good to meet you, by the way. And
Nice to meet you too.
there's a lot of this idealism stuff. It seems like it stems from the Platonic philosophy. I do a
Very similar,
mostly
yeah.
Aristotelian philosophy,
Mhm.
and the two just really, really clash and collide with each other. You seem to have a better in-depth knowledge of the Platonic philosophies. So, like I said, in Aristotelian philosophy, we look at this as a bunch of woo-woo.
Yeah,
The
I know.
forms and all this stuff.
But see, we look at you as woo-woo because the reason why, Al, is because
okay.
you guys, because in tell me if I'm mistaken. Under Aristotelian, at least Platonic forms, you're saying that forms have standalone existence. Is that right?
No, they don't have any existence at all.
Okay.
They make it
in
up.
what way?
Okay.
Go ahead and explain it. Yeah, go ahead and unpack it.
Well, I know we all know the old schoolers in philosophy. It's kind of like the origin of this. But you know how Plato's ideal standard for a society to be ran, it was the ruling class, warrior class, and peasants. And that was
Is it the
ideal.
Republic? I think it's the Republic you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just breaking it down to simplify
Yeah,
and
sorry,
save time. But so basically, is that the ideal standard? And it's like, well, everybody else that looks at it that's not in that class says, hell no, no. So, it was his idealism.
Remember what we're talking. We're coming at it not from idealism from a political point of view. We're looking at idealism.
We're talking about metaphysical idealism as opposed to political idealism.
Yeah,
in his metaphysical, but he also had the other stuff that, we have this dreams where we see everything else, and that's where we can go with here. And whatever we dream is what guides our reality.
It intersects because it's like if you look at Karl Marx was talked about communism and his ideal. He had his whole thing about idealism as a political, and his whole thing was his ideal was that everybody had found equanimity in society from the top down, where the government or some ruling class could actually manage, the market. The free market, was no longer free, and they'd manage the markets, but to the
Great idea.
ends that everybody was equal and even and all of that kind of stuff. And some folks tended to use metaphysical idealism to sort of support that. And the same, but actually what it turned out is that materialists sort of hijacked that, I think, in history. Because everything we were talking about, how it moved up the hierarchy of establishment, then it became a natural fit, because then materialists were like, we need to distribute material goods to people, and they need to value,
that's what I was getting at. It's a wonderful idea on paper. It doesn't play out in reality. But okay, if we want to look at this another way, why don't we use the Christians? You can go to any church, and you got 100 people in there that'll hear the same sermon, and they come out, and you ask them, what was that sermon about? You're going to get a different answer from every person, because that is their ideal. One person wants altruism, the other one pick up the sword. So basically, I guess what I'm getting at is, where does this idealism lead?
I would say, Al, that it's possible to be a philosophical idealist, meaning you subscribe to metaphysical idealism, and also subscribe to realpolitik. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm not sure. Whereby in politics you don't necessarily have an ideology. You just operate according to how things happen. You do things as they come. You deal with things as they come, and you're not necessarily following the principles of any ideology. So it's possible for someone to be an idealist and operate that way within the realm of politics. So, and I'm only saying this because I want to make the distinction between metaphysical idealism and political idealism. And the same for materialists. He can also operate under both modes of being in the political realm. You can get a materialist who subscribes to a realpolitik way of dealing with things, and he can also have his own ideology, which could be communism, could be socialism, or he could be a capitalist.
I just use politics to kind of steer it back onto idealism as a stepping stone. But it's totally remove that, and you can look at all of these ideas in general, and everybody has an idea of what is ideal. And that's where the water gets a little muddy. And I was hoping to come in 4 hours ago and talk about that.
Well, what did you think of Sophia's model? Were you able to see that?
I don't get me started. Beep.
I'm just asking. That's what the show's about. We're trying to unroll her and get reaction to her model on idealism. Not her as a person, but her.
I'm sorry, there was so much things in the background going on that it put me to the point of violence, so I had to turn off. So I apologize.
I know. She admitted, she apologized that she's got electrical issues and dog issues and kid issues, and that's why you saw her walking outside and stuff like that. She's trying to she's trying to mitigate all that. Fire alarms, not so much, huh?
Well, hey, kids are cool. It's like that's the only time a grown man can go jump on a trampoline and not look insane. It's quite ideal, at least in my mind. But
So I mean, with idealism, it's such an old. It goes back all the way to, not just European paganism, but also to Far East traditions, wisdom traditions, Buddhism,
the Buddhists,
stuff like that.
Advaita Vedanta goes back to Hermeticism. And my friend Stephen Woolard is big into Hermetica, the principles of he upholds the principles in the Kabbalion is into Hermes Trismegistus, the figure of Hermes Trismegistus, not to be conflated with Hermes, but it's this mystical figure that upheld the principles of mentalism, idealism, polarization, the principle of gender. Yeah. So if you read the Kabbalion, it's all there in a different language, which it kind of ties in
That's
with
true.
what's scientifically observed. But obviously, it has its own terminology. And
Scientifically
yeah,
and
Stephen would say
philosophy.
it needs to be updated as well. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right. The philosophy behind them, as well as the scientific, is brilliant. It's just the way that they present it that kind of where we lose track of things. And all those yogis are quite amazing when you listen to them. You would think that they were very, very idealistic because everything they say it's like positive. And when I actually get to the crux of idealism, that is it. These people have such great attitudes in the way that they look at the world and everything.
Unifying, yeah, that's the whole
Yeah.
point. It's non-dual. Yeah.
No, non-dual at all. I mean, it's like they got it right down to basically a science.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, absolutely.
you British get to see everything around the world, but us dumbass Americans, we get a little bit on online stuff. But yeah, so Batista, that
Well,
definitely glad to
we're
get to engage
definitely
with you on that.
we're still steeped in a lot of Puritanism too, though. We're very puritanical.
Yeah, yeah. It's not that it's a bad thing, but it's very limiting.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're all limited. We're all limited.
Yeah,
We're just
yeah,
trying
we're
to be
limited
less wrong.
minds. That's right.
Yeah, limited minds. Yeah, that's right.
We have
I
our
do like
capacity.
Sophia's model though, with the cymatics and the frequency, and it's quite comprehensive. Because you can get form from frequencies. So yeah, I don't know if you
Certainly.
were watching, Al, but yeah, I just found it quite compelling. It is another model, but it's a comprehensive model, and it's never going to be the thing in itself, but it's you can get some direction. It's like a map. You get the coordinates. They can be written in simple symbols, or they can be like maps which scale down all the big distances into a few inches. And you know that in reality, you're not dealing with inches between cities, which are represented as dots on a piece of paper. You're dealing with miles, miles between towns, cities, and whatnot. But
I'm
you have to
sorry.
have some kind of representation, and I think that's what we do with our anthropic minds. We represent things for ourselves.
Certainly.
So yeah, it's
It makes
indirect
things easier.
realism. We are against naive realism. We do
Yep.
think that there is a world out there,
Yep.
and we just represent it to ourselves. So
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
objective
Actually,
reality and still idealism.
I've heard Sophia's argument before from other people, and it definitely has a point in reality. It is a piece of the puzzle, but more importantly, it's like a methodology, so you can easier describe things. Like Scott and I use music a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about frequency? There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
And I put my music in a certain frequency because it's more it actually hones into, like she was talking about, the brain waves and the vibration and the frequency, the channels that it actually goes through. And it can actually promote positive moods, rather than a negative dark mood. You can easily do that, and that affects consciousness. This even goes back to the Orr theory, where, remember, he made a prediction. He says, well, if we were to, I think he had a TM, what is it called? There's a certain therapy called TMC or something. It's like it's a magnetic frequency that he shines on a certain part of the brain where there's microtubules connected
I
somewhere.
forgot about that. Hitler was into that big time, by the way.
Yeah, it actually lifts people out of depression. Like, my ex-wife used to have depression, and we used to went in and they would try to say, you know, if we put this resonance on her brain, that
Yeah,
frequency.
resonance tomography or something like that.
Yes,
I can't
yes,
remember that,
resonance tomography. Right. And it's
Yeah,
effective.
it was very
It's not just,
interesting.
it's not just idealism. It's actually very true. You know, it's scientific. It's not just philosophical. You know,
Yeah,
there's
if you
a lot of
manipulate the brain, if you manipulate the brain, as much as consciousness in our states can influence our body, the mind can influence the body. It can work the other way, because if you affect the brain in some way,
does it?
if you damage it in some way, then obviously, if you think of the brain as some form made up of mind, you know, that say the medium of mind, and you affect it, it will obviously affect your perception of reality, of the rest of the world. It will affect how you feel about the world and how you see and perceive the world. There's no denying that. There's no, as a human being, it will change your perspective. It's redolent of the guy who had a metal rod going through his brain and obliterated like the left side of his brain, and he still survived. What was his name? Gabe. It's a very famous case, which
Oh
material.
yeah. What's it? Something gauge.
Yeah, materialists tried to say, oh, look, his mind has been affected. That's proof that the brain creates consciousness. But really, he didn't lose consciousness. He lost how he felt about his personality changed and became more aggressive, less friendly, because he felt different. He felt differently about the world. How can you not? If your brain is affected, you're obviously going to see reality in a different way. But in no way, shape, or form did that prove that the brain creates consciousness. So yeah, that's an argument that materialists often use to support their own interpretation of reality. But yeah, that's it. Phineas Gage, you said.
Yes.
But the case of Phineas Gage doesn't actually show what they say it does. All it shows is that the mind can change if you affect
the brain. Yeah, it expresses consciousness is expressed different. Yeah.
I need to change my avatar because people think I'm going to come in and be rude and you fucking peasants.
Look at you.
Because it changes the perception.
And does frequency refer to a measurement between waves? What does it mean here? Well, maybe I'll start with saying like brain waves. If they're measured in hertz and they're associated with those frequencies, so they can range from like a very slow like delta range during deep sleep, to like a very fast gamma wave frequency during like intense focus and learning. So each brainwave frequency is linked to a specific experience. The way you experience the world is linked to that frequency, and that's kind of what Sophia was getting at, is that frequency kind of modulates, it's modulated. Consciousness modulates that frequency. Like if you start thinking a certain way or you start experiencing a certain thing, that conscious experience can modulate that sort of thing. Like when you sleep, when you're actively intensely focusing, that is modulate. Consciousness is modulating, kind of like turning the volume up or whatever.
It does.
You can go from beta waves to alpha waves. Yeah, it can go to all sorts of brain waves, gamma waves, delta waves. And the thing is, this is why behaviorism is wrong, because you can't tell what's going on by simply looking at someone. If they appear to be still, there could be a lot of mental activity going on in their heads, as it were, and yet they're not displaying anything. They look absolutely unconscious. So behavior.
That's why psychiatry is woo-woo science. But you
could say that, although sometimes they make correct inferences. But yes,
oh, good, they got lucky.
They got lucky, right? You can't look at it. You can look at a clock long enough, you'll be right about the time at least once a day.
No kidding. And like Batista, you mentioned something at the very beginning. It was about dying, going unconscious, not unconscious. You were there the whole time.
Oh yeah,
and
his
all that.
experience. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, you mentioned that at the beginning and everything, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to delve in on this one. But let's move. Let's just kind of keep things where they're at. But with that, with what you mentioned, it's right. It does affect you. It can open up things to your perception of reality, and it can close things down at the same
Yeah.
time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the dude with the rod through the head.
Yeah.
Send me that picture, by the way. Um, but
You know
yeah,
what I
dude.
find very, you know what I find very, very interesting is the split brain patients. Those guys just fascinate me because what happens is, for example, there's this one where this guy was a complete atheist, hard atheist, and he
Oh
says,
yeah.
"I'm an atheist. You can't tell me I'm a theist. I'm an atheist. Don't tell me, you know, like these Christians say, you're just a theist and don't know it or whatever." Bullshit. I'm a atheist. I know what I think I know what I believe. Well,
Believe.
they did a split brain. They did a split brain operation, and they were able to actually talk to the left side and talk to the right side, and it turns out that the right side of his brain was actually a theist.
Yeah,
So,
it's the Ramachandran experiment, isn't
yeah,
it? One of the
Ramachandran. Yeah.
subjects, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
We
One
call
side
it
was
the
atheist, the other one was a theist. Yeah, it's really
yeah.
funny.
You got the devil on one shoulder, the angel on the other.
Exactly.
We
Yeah.
call it the
Exactly.
women brain in Florida.
Yeah.
The good and evil.
Yep. We sure do.
I
So
mean,
Can't make our mind
Ramachandran
up.
said, does one side go to heaven and the other one go to hell?
Yeah.
That's what
Exactly.
facetiously he said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
that would be okay. Hey,
Yeah.
then we win-win. No point in playing the game.
That's right. Because I mean, if that's the case, and that just goes back to idealism, that you know, there's these altars in that, you know, this disassociation, you know, we have examples even within our own body of disassociation. We're even disassociated from ourselves. If we can answer different to, you know, for different things, we're disassociated. It's like there's another experience. I think Alex O'Connor was interviewing a somebody who worked on split brains and things like that, and he was saying that, or she was, I think it was Anaka Harris actually.
It was, yeah.
It
I think
was,
so.
yeah. Remember that, Caleb? Explain that. I forget the whole story. Go ahead and explain that, Caleb, if you remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to remember the whole thing, but I know that for whatever reason, it was brought up during the whole, you know, her discussing consciousness is fundamental. It's I'd have to.
Yeah, it was kind of like, it's kind of like, yeah.
I think I remember some of it. I think whoever it was, if it was Annika Harris or someone else, they talked about how the left side of the brain is prone to confabulation. So, say in split brain
Right,
patients,
there you go.
you show something to the right side of the brain, and you ask the right side of the brain, which exhibits some kind of consciousness, by the way, and the right side of the brain draws a picture of what it was shown. So the right side of the brain might be shown, like, say, a picture of a dog, and it will draw a dog. And then the left side is completely oblivious to what's going on. But when you show it to the left side and you say, well, why did you draw a dog? The left side of the brain, which is the dominant side, by the way, the one that deals with logic and speech and mathematics, even though the right side of the brain can do some reading, but it's more holistic. But if you ask the left side has a tendency to confabulate. It will give you an answer that has nothing to do with what just happened.
Really happened, right?
Yeah.
And say, I must have been, I must have seen it somewhere. It must have been on my mind.
Must have seen it somewhere. Must have been on my mind. Yeah, that's right. And that's it's amazing. It's really weird.
Yeah,
we're in Ian McGilchrist territory, because Ian McGilchrist tends to deal in those, in those phenomena to do with the brain and the mind and split brain patients. And he talks about the hemispheres, doesn't he? He's got a book. He's written a book. I can't remember the name of the book, but it's a very good one. And he makes extrapolations in sociology to say that we have become very left brain dominated. Very much,
Yes,
it's
yes,
almost like the
yes.
left brain has dominated and created realities for itself, created all these models, and we got lost. And we're neglecting the right side. I mean, that's an argument that is made, but yeah, it's strange that it seems not that the left brain is lying all the time, but it seems very deluded, because when the left brain in split brain patients is asked the question, uh, it says it with conviction, with a lot of confidence, even though it's not rooted in reality. You know, like the picture with the dog. Oh, I saw a dog this morning.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Or
You saw nothing. It was something shown to the other side of the brain that you're now disconnected from, because someone has severed your corpus callosum. All those fibers are no longer connected to you. So it's a form of dissociation in a way.
Yeah.
yeah, and I
Certainly.
know with the Annika, I believe the example was like someone walks into the room, and then you ask them why did they walk into the room. It's like the brain will just make up an answer on the spot.
Caleb, that's called getting old. Wait till you're 40 and you go to the refrigerator and you're like, what did I come in here for?
Yeah. Then you'll be a super. You know, you want to talk about superposition. You are the quantum field when you get over 40. You're like,
It seems like the more disassociated you are with things, the happier you get. So I'm not knocking it.
The older you get, the more decoherence takes place. You settle into one position as opposed to, multiple.
Yeah, it's not incoherent, it's decoherent. You just don't care anymore.
Decoherent.
Yeah, that is funny.
The wave has collapsed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love seeing it elsewhere, like the brain test and everything else. I sit there and I wonder a lot of the times, we get into conversations like this. How the hell is this crap useful?
Yeah.
And I mean, it comes close to explaining a lot of things, like the brain scans. Well, it's a lot more. Well, it's a lot better than phrenology, but we didn't really get much out of phrenology.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't make you a lot of money. Al. It won't make you rich. But what it does do, what having these conversations do for me, anyways, is it gives me hope, meaning, and purpose. It's like everybody has something. Like some people, their thing is to watch fucking tennis all day.
Yeah.
What the hell does tennis do for anybody? Or there's people who dedicate their whole lives to studying dung beetles. Well, at least they're making money, but
stop beating down on the British, Scott. Come on.
I'll tell you what, Scott.
I've got a map.
On that note, right, before I leave you, because I have to go, but I would just like to say, it gives meaning, it does give hope. And, many years ago, I think in my 20s, my stepfather took his own life, right? Because he had cirrhosis. He wouldn't tell anyone. He took his own life. But before he died, he was very open in conversations. And one day that somehow the topic of an afterlife came up. Because my mum has always tended to be spiritual, and and I was already an atheist. I moved on from my mum's religion and spiritualism. I was an atheist, a materialist at the time, but I was exploring the mind. I was wrestling with that concept, and my stepfather said to me, "Well, I'll definitely die before you. And if there is an afterlife, I will definitely do my utmost to let you know. I will try to communicate. If there is one, I will communicate. If there isn't, then there's nothing."
You won't hear shit, right?
Right. So when he died, when he took his own life, and I was exploring lucid dreaming, but I was obviously grieving at the time. And I had completely forgotten about that conversation, right? And shortly after he died, I was actually trying to induce a wake-initiated lucid dream. And I felt like I separated from my body into a replica, an inaccurate replica of my
Nice.
house at the time, right? So there were many inconsistencies, but I was exploring it, and I was thinking to myself, wow, this is my own dream world. I'm lucid. You know, it's like being awake in a dream. And as I was exploring that lucid dream, suddenly I noticed that my house, my dream house, began to change, and it began to resemble like a tower with a spiral staircase from within. It completely changed. And I thought, this is weird. So I went up the stairs to the top floor, and I found a massive room. I went through the door, and I was in this room with many windows, and outside I could see a pink sky. And I was in this bedroom, like just contemplating how real it felt, because it's like hyper real, all the vivid colors.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden I heard a knock at the door of that bedroom, and I looked behind, and the door was shut. So I went up to it, and I opened the door, and then I saw a very tall, pale man, a complete stranger, who said to me, "You have a visitor." And I was thinking to myself, what's going on? I'm lucid. This is supposed to be my world. What the hell is going on? It's almost like someone has intruded. And when this guy moved out of the way in the hallway, I saw my stepfather looking absolutely real, pale, younger, and he was smiling at me. And I was overcome with emotions. It was so powerful. There was this powerful feeling of love, and I embraced him straight away, and I was crying. And he said to me, "It's okay. It turns out it's true." And we were talking, and he was saying, "I'm okay. Everything's fine. Don't worry. But there is an afterlife." He was telling me all these things. And as we're talking, we're moving towards the staircase, and he stayed at the top as I was going down the stairs into darkness. And I looked at the top. At the top of the stairs, it was well lit, and he remained behind, and he was smiling. No words needed, but he let me know, "That's as far as I go. You can continue." And as I continued to go down, and he was waving me goodbye, I fell into darkness, and I had a falling sensation, you know, like a hypnic jerk. I fell, and then I suddenly bounced on
Mm-hmm.
the bed, and I woke up. Now,
Yep.
at the time, I thought, wow, that's weird. Maybe it was just a
It's
sleep
pretty awesome.
hallucination because of my my
Breathe.
grieving brain. You know, it created that kind of hallucination, which relates
Confabulation.
to the
Yeah.
conversation. And I remember the conversation I had with him when he was alive. But
Mhm.
now, years have passed. Fast forward to today, as an idealist, and I look back at that experience in a different light, because it
Mhm.
makes me think, well, maybe it was really somehow letting me know that he's okay. And,
Yeah.
you know, it just makes you wonder, you know, of course, our dreaming minds can create all sorts. We are creative, just like the rest of the universe. Our personal minds create, but it just makes me think the nature of that lucid dream. It was stable in an inaccurate replica of my bedroom, and then the rest of my house, and then suddenly it gradually changed, and then it felt like an interruption. Now I don't know if I somehow received a message from the mind at large.
Well,
I don't know, but that's where I'm at.
Opened up. Yeah.
I'm forced to
Batista,
look back at these experiences,
Yeah.
and you know, I'm pretty sure that Sophia can relate to this. But yeah, I've
Batista,
told her about this experience. Yeah, so
yeah.
lucid dreaming could be a conduit for much more, and I guess, you know, either you get visits, or you can meditate and quieten your own monkey mind, and maybe something from the mind at large. If you entertain this interpretation, idealist interpretation, maybe something gets through, and then it gets you know, incorporated into your own whirlpool mind, you know, your own personal mind. And I don't know,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead,
I
Al.
just felt like it should be
No,
shared, because, you know,
Yep.
that
absolutely. Hey, Batista, look, you're a good atheist like me. You don't shut your mind off to possibility.
no,
And a lot of the proclaimed ones do. We're not getting into that. But before you go, I just want to let you know, dude, there are things out there, and like the theists and all that, maybe they have a false reality or dream in their head or whatever. And all, but with us, it's we have the ability to really, really comprehend things.
Well, we're
And
critical.
when we experience things like that, I'm not going to share my stuff because you don't have time, but it's there. It's there.
Yeah.
It is actually fucking there, and it counts, and it to us, it's like the aha moment. It's so hard for us to get an aha moment in life, or holy shit, that's awesome.
That's why it's great to experiment. Be your own scientist with stuff like meditate, do lucid dreaming.
We see it.
We see it for yourself. Then it becomes not just theory on paper. You can also have the experiential, mystical experience to kind of get next to it.
You can actually connect with people that aren't having a woo experience.
Right.
And they'll describe the same exact thing. And it's
That's right.
holy shit, this wow, we're not stuck and never getting an aha again. It's actually fucking there.
Well, I'm going to get ready to shut the stream down myself. I'm about to starve to death. It's almost 5 hours again.
I will end with this. It's because it's like I haven't had such experiences, but it's like I do try to keep an open mind. It's like I started off as a theist, and it's like I wanted there to be an afterlife and a God, and then it's like, but then my mind just couldn't reconcile with that anymore, and so I became an atheist. And even though it's like, oh, so there's no afterlife, what a bummer. And then but then it's like reality doesn't care what I want, and so then that evolved into, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe oblivion is better than an afterlife because eternity sounds like it's overrated. But then if idealism is true and there is an afterlife, well, it's like I just have to suck it up, and that's
either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
See, that's the beautiful thing is that in either situation,
we're going there one way or another.
I'm fine either way.
Yeah.
Like I'm not scared of before I was born, and I'm not scared of what I'll experience after I'm gone, because I won't be there anyways. Even on idealism, or the self is not really real, so this version of me won't be there. Now I may unfortunately have to have a subjective experience of being a fucking butterfly or some shit. But if that's what's in the cards, it is what it is. I won't remember not wanting that to happen, so it won't matter then either. So
you'll have glimpses. So it's like, all right, I'm a butterfly. I'm gonna spin me as some silk dress so I can sneak up and abuse his titties.
But I'm not against afterlife at all. I'm not against heavenly life, and I kind of see it maybe after hearing so many stories over the years, because like I said, I used to volunteer down at the IONS research and interview folks, and it's very compelling, very super compelling. I'll admit it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but they were never trying to make it make sense. They were just trying to tell me what they experienced. They didn't care about, they're like, I know it doesn't make sense, but
I mean, I guess I
They're
wouldn't
sharing
mind
a good thing with you, man.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind certain concepts of the afterlife to turn out to be true. It's this: if the Christian one of the sole purpose of your existence is to exalt God, like
glory to God,
that just doesn't seem like fun at all.
No. You worship him day and night, singing
for eternity.
For eternity.
Caleb,
great.
Caleb, it's a
sign me up.
No, Caleb, it's a thing that comes with not age, but just experience and therefore wisdom, and you're already showing it. And it's like, and people are like, well, you'll see when you get there, and it's like you're already seeing it, bro. So
I like what Louis C.K. that comedian, I like what he said. He's like, you know, it would really suck. He's like, because I used to be a Catholic, but now I'm an atheist, right, or agnostic. And he says, and what would really suck is when I die, I'm like going, and I'm like, wait, where am I? I thought I was dead. What's going on? And fuck, and he's got the beard and everything.
Well, just why not? You gotta have fun. I'm sure if there is a God, that it has a sense of humor. Okay, where the hell else do we get it from?
Yeah.
But
It
yeah, we're
reminds
only
me of
creatures that
Pascal's
have a
wager.
sense of humor.
Yeah, Pascal's wager. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a good God and he's very understanding, it can't really blame you for having been an atheist all your life.
Exactly.
Right.
Because you can always say to God, well, God, I didn't see any convincing evidence that you actually
Right.
existed. And I'm pretty sure God will be very understanding.
It's
But
like,
I think
well,
things are
motherfucker,
very
I'm
different.
here now. I believe you. I'm like,
Or
I'm
maybe,
a Catholic.
or worse scenario, God's like, you seen what I did to those starving kids in China, though, haven't you?
Well, I understand, God. They deserve it.
You ain't got no hope, buddy. You think they had it bad?
Oh, my
It could be
goodness.
omni-malevolent.
Yeah,
It
malevolent,
is evil
exactly.
entity.
I just
we're
solved
in
your
trouble
problem
if
of
that's
evil.
the case.
This would be a fun one. Batista, by
Oh
the
man.
way, I got two I need to do a show with Dr. Dave and you. So,
Oh.
Scott.
Yeah. All right,
Look
man.
at me.
We'll see you, Al. I'm about out of here too.
All right, man. I'm going to
It's
sing
been a
this,
pleasure.
It was nice
this
meeting you,
concert. I'm going to
Arlindo.
hit up in about 2 hours. So,
All right, brother.
all
Y'all.
right, guys. See ya.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
All right, guys. I'm out. Like and subscribe to the channel, man. We're trying to grow the community, conscious community. Whether you're an atheist, a theist, a Christian, Muslim, whatever, whoever, however you identify, let's have the conversation, have the discussion. So thank you so much, Arlindo, for coming through, man. Nice to meet you in person finally.
Nice to meet you too, Scott. No problem.
And we'll do it again. I'll come on your show if you want, and we can
Yeah, definitely. Why not?
So yeah. And thanks, Caleb, man, for coming on through. And as
Thanks a
usual,
lot, Caleb.
man.
Oh, thanks for having me. And it was a very good conversation. I'm glad we were able to have it.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're at 5 hours, right on the nose.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Peace.
Peace. See you later.
All right.